Hello, welcome to this episode. So in today's episode, we implemented a really nice features and we are taking our inventory management to the next level every day and we keep on advancing it. So in today's episode, we started by actually understanding the inventory in details. So this helped us to know what modules do we really want to work on, because the inventory management, we went ahead and took so time and see in real world what is required and what is not required, and we're just going to add in the modules that we want to really add. So we boiled this down into these modules: inventory, sales, reports, integrations, and settings. So everything is falling under this. So if you look, for instance, at settings, everything, like for instance, locations, the locations are going to be like where we have your warehouses, shops, the users invites. You can see they are now under settings. Then we have roles and permissions, company settings, profile, change password. So all these are under settings. Okay, so we still have these working the way we did, but you can see now they are under settings. So this was after we did a review and we're trying to make the dashboard not really cluttered, but then still having all the things we need. So if you just look at integrations, we have point of sale integration, accounting integration, API settings, and this is where we're going to expose the API endpoints. And we're going to also implement, the API keys. If you want to use this API, I will provide the module for actually implementing API keys, and then you can access those endpoints in your application. And then we have reports. So under reports, we looked at this: stock movement, inventory valuation, aging analysis, purchase summary, supplier performance, and all these product performance. All these are under reports. And then under sales, we have point of sale sales, and then we have sales orders. Then we can create sale order returns, create return customers. And then under finally the inventory, we have the items, categories, brands, units, current stock, low stock, serial numbers. And we're looking at things like, for instance, why do you need serial numbers and so on. And that's the things that we are going to be working on. So after this took us time, by the way, to really break down of what we need. So after that, now we started on working on these things. So we started with simple things like units. So you can quickly add a unit, just like let's say we don't have centimeters, so you can just come in and say, for instance, centimeter, and then you say this is cm, cm like this, and then you create this unit. So we have like the creation of units. We applied that to brands. We're going to fix that, refresh. Okay, in the next episode we'll use React query for querying and creating data, so we'll not have this issue of reloading the page because of failing to revalidate pass properly. So we have brands. So we also might create brands. So you can create a new brand, and you can see how we used pop-up models. For these short forms, all of them we are going to use pop-up models. Then we have categories. Okay, we also created categories, so you can create a new category. Let's say TVs. Yes, you can just go ahead and say, for instance, TVs like this, and then you can add a description or you can leave it if you don't want. So we also implemented whereby you optional, you can leave a feed optional. So we have like TVs. Of course, the search functionality and everything are working with all these, and also hiding the columns. So moving forward, we also implemented items, and we looked at, most of the times how these items have this huge form. Okay, so we really didn't want this issue of having this amount of huge form at the same time, because of optimization. You can imagine if something went wrong as you are creating all these things. So just going to use incremental creation. For instance, we create what is most important with the item, and then we'll add more details as edit. Someone can add more details. We'll add a button for add more details. So if you just create item, you can see how easy creating the item. You only need maybe 4 things. Here I can just say maybe Samsung. Okay, Samsung Galaxy S23 SKU. By the way, for SKU, also in the next episode, we'll add a generate button whereby some fields you can generate them, and this generate is going to be also for, when you want to generate things, you can generate like SKU and then it will be entering here. For now, you can just like add any number, but we're just going to look at that, and then you can put this, and then you can put maybe 500, I don't know. So you just go ahead and create the item. So all these other granular details, they will be on the detail. We might actually route to the detailed page afterwards, I don't know. But as you can see, you can quickly create an item. Maybe you can just go now to the detailed page and add in more things, but you can see we can create it. And by the way, all the delete, they all work. So we already have the delete functionalities are already working also for these modules. Okay, nice. So this is what we covered in today's episode. It seems like we did less, but the work was really a lot that we end up putting in all these forms, creating all these models to be dynamic. You can see the models maintains the same architecture, and we really made it dynamic. So let's get started. Hello, welcome to our new episode. So today is episode 3 of our inventory management system, and previously we looked at a couple of things, very interesting features that we looked at, and in today's episode we have a lot to work on, and I'm so much excited for this. So one from our Xcode draw here, I'm just going to name this to 1 and this to 2. So the first thing I want to start with, I think, is testing multiple permissions to the invited user. So previously we created and invited. If you just go under users and you just go to users here, you will notice that let's first go to the users. For some reason, okay, so you can see we have this general manager. Okay, we have this general manager. This is hub and was invited. You can see the invite was success. So if you just go here, however, we're just going to work on changing the roles in a couple of minutes. But one thing I just want to show you is if we go back to the roles of this general manager. Okay, so what I want is the general manager currently right now is here. And if you check on the roles assigned to this, we can check them. So we have the roles here. Okay, so we can just go ahead and test the update. I'm not sure if we have the update, but I would just like want to add like blogs, Let's add customers settings. Like, I just want to add like multiple. That's what I was meaning, like multiple permissions. So I just really want to see if I give him multiple permissions. Let's just give them roles, even users. So like these are a lot of permissions. You just update the role. So the role seems to be updated. By the way, we are going to change these toasts in a second. Wherever we have the toasts, we want to make sure that they are all uniform. So if I go back to this here to confirm if they were confirm if they were saved, you can see that we have all these really saved. Okay. So now I would want to go to another browser and I log in to I would really want to log into the system. I remember we can just like go ahead and copy this link here. Okay, can just like go and copy this link, go to a different browser, and we can paste it just like this. Okay, so you can see like not authorized. Go back to dashboard. There is an instance of a person here. Let's just log out. I'm just going to go ahead and log in. So I'm not sure what was the password. That's always our problem all the time. Okay, but let me just try. Maybe I'm just like trying to see if that is the one I used. Okay, yeah, so this is exactly what I wanted to see. Yeah, this is really nice. This is really nice. This is exactly what I wanted to check. I was not sure if all these are assigned. So you can see we have manage users, so it has categorized them like users and roles. So you can see users, and we have users, roles, change password, and profile. And then we have manage inventory, which has products, which has like these products and categories. Then we have the blogs, they are alone. Then we have manage settings, so you can show settings alone here. This is really nice. Okay, this is really nice. So that is working already. I didn't test out this. Okay, I did not test out this, and it even has nice the time here, by the way, and the date, which is cool, and even the sidebar, it is corresponding nicely. So that is done. We didn't even need to implement that. We did it in the previous, and I'm so happy with that. So understanding the inventory. So before we modify the sidebar links, we do anything, we really need to understand how the inventory system works with real companies. Because me personally, I also get actually confused at a point whereby we have multiple warehouses, we have items in those warehouses, and we're supposed to track inventory between those items. There was one piece of block that actually always missing to understand how, most like on the item creation, when you create the item, do you put quantity? And if you put quantity, which quantity that you haven't received, because you haven't received that item, you don't have the purchase order for it. So it is a bit confusing on how this works in real life. So I took all this confusion to actually AI here. We're discussing a lot to actually understand how these things are really created. So just going to be breaking down all these concepts and we understand. So you can see I started from really up telling it what I want. I'm building an inventory management system like Zoho inventory for small business. I want to create a supermarket because they receive a lot of inventory from suppliers and blah blah. So it went ahead and created this super safe grocers inventory management system. I asked it first give me the MVP features, which we already saw. I just want to really understand which one are really important. That is very important, by the way. You need to understand which shouldn't miss, which features should we start with. And then like it also just talk about like the post MVP features. So as a manager of a Spark groceries, I was okay. So I asked like at the developer perspective, if I have a product, say iPhone 16, and I have 3 warehouses, we have 3 shops. How is inventory life handled starting when it comes from the vendor? So it first gave me all the how the iPhone 16 is going to traverse across multiple locations. So the first thing, as you can see here, everything starts with a purchase order. That was one confusing thing I didn't understand. Like I didn't know that actually in the inventory system you have to start with a purchase order, because even if you create an item, you actually don't have it, you haven't stocked it. Okay, so you can see system generates a PO and then you send this to the to the supplier, and then they do all these things here. Okay, so that's really cool. Okay, that's really cool. So after it explained this, you can see receive goods at a what. So I also still got confused somehow, because as I've said, receiving the items and then that most people say still across how these items move through these shops. So down here I say where I get confused is when I'm creating a new item in the system. Does it need to be allocated to a certain warehouse or shop? And this was, I remember even the first system we built, this was the problematic part that we actually made a lot in the first inventory system we created. So you can see item creation, warehouse allocation. This is a great question about the fundamental aspect of this. So it took me how creation of new items in the system. When creating a new item in an inventory management system, you generally don't need to immediately assign it to specific warehouse. Therefore, if you're creating a new item, you will see that there is no item. And you can see here, instead, the process usually works like this. So master item creation. First, you create a master item. Okay? That is item definition in the system. Okay? Item name, SKU, category, description, default unit of measure, images and attributes, then pricing information, barcodes, tax information. So this master item record exists in the system as a template without any quantity or location information. So you can look at that. The item that was created does not have any quantity or location. This is just a template of item that hasn't been stocked at all. Then the second thing that happens is inventory location. So inventory quantities are tracked separately from master item record, usually in an inventory transaction table or ledger, inventory ledger, which contains the item ID, location, quantity, lot, or batch number, serial numbers, expiration dates, if for perishable goods. How quantity is added to locations. So inventory only gets allocated to specific locations when you receive inventory from a vendor via a purchase order, or you transfer inventory between locations, or you make manual inventory adjustments. Okay? So it gave me example here and an example here. So I actually just continued. Now I gave it a more bigger prompt. For MVP with point of sale integration, can you generate for me two things? The Prisma models that are required for this system, the side navigation of links should be grouped. I gave here the grouping. I want to understand how all these tables work together from the day the company gets the inventory system to creating a warehouse and all those things. Because I was like really a bit confused how all these things, all the models are working. So first of all, we have a lot of models here. You can see there is a user model, we already have that. Then there is a location. So the location, company locations, these are warehouses or shops. Okay, and you can see here there is a name, location type. So if you just look at the location type, you see they have warehouse, shop, or even virtual. Okay, which is okay. Then type address, phone number, email is active, created at, and then you see it actually also has users. We are going to talk about this. That means if you just go to a user, okay, if you just look at the user, a user has this thing of location ID, which is not required because, for instance, a manager or like a system admin might not need to be in any location. But when you're just creating or sending, like they were inviting users on the system, you can actually send them with the location. Okay, that is something you will see somewhere here when you just come to creating locations and then creating users. You will see how that one works. But you can see one thing that has come in is this location, which is really nice. So then it has also, the location has inventory, and then there's incoming transfers, outgoing transfers, purchase orders, and sales orders. Okay, so they are all based on the location. So we have the category. This one is okay. Only there is this here, the parent ID or parent. By the way, like this is for when you want to create like subcategories. I don't know if we are going to create that, but as you can see, the most important thing is the name and the description. And then of course it will have items. It will also have subcategory if we have here. So we have suppliers. This is not really a different thing. You can see here the supplier. Okay, and then we have the item itself, and if you just look at the item, has the category ID as usual. It has unit of measure, okay, at default each, and then cost price, saying price tax rate, mini stock level, so like then max stock level is active, is serial tracked, and then created at. Then we have it. You can see inside the item, it has inventories, okay, and has like also serial numbers, and then has suppliers. So what that is like actually surprising. So which is also not surprising, because you may think that an item has one vendor, but in actual sense, like one item can have multiple vendors. You can just like think about it. If you're just having like Samsung phones you are just like buying, in real life you might just have like 4 suppliers who are giving you Samsung phones. So it is very okay for one item to be supplied from different suppliers. That's why you see this. That means in the supplier here, if you just go to supplier, does the supplier has an item ID or something? Oh, so this is a many to many. Okay, yeah, which makes sense. That's a very serious, complicated relationship. Suppliers can supply multiple items, and items can be supplied from multiple vendors. That's like a many to many. That's why they created, I think there is a junction table in between here, this one, which is item suppliers somewhere. If you look at the somewhere, we're going to meet it, I think, where we have the item supplier somewhere. Okay, you can just even hear supplier items. Okay, then we have the inventory. This is a table I didn't know about for sure. I did not know about this, and you can see location specific inventory. So this is now tracking the inventory at a specific location. So for instance, we have ID, and this links to the item and then the location. So this is the inventory now of a particular location. Let's say we are at warehouse B. So warehouse B will have this is when you're creating the inventory, it is the one which is linked to the item. Now this is what we are confusing as the actual item. So you have, it has an associated to an item, location, and you can see the quantity is on this. Then the reserved quantity, I don't know what is reserved quantity. We'll be getting to know this. Last count date. Then there is serial number tracking, and this is like a serious thing that I didn't also know about, the serial numbers. But you can see serial number tracking. Serial number here is a unique number. It is linked to an item and also linked to a location. And you can see it is also linked to a purchase order and even sales order. These are not required. And then we have notes. So, okay. And serial number status, you can see serial number status. Where is it? Status here. In stock, sold, reserved, damaged, returned. Okay. Then we have purchase orders. This one must be having a list of, I believe, of what? Okay, so this one has this purchase order line. I think this bunch is having the items, the PO number. This is the purchase order number, the supplier order date, expected date, that is okay, and then the status, the subtotal tax, this is okay, notes. Now these lines here is the one that actually contains, I think, the actual items. If we just go to purchase order line, so you see that this one is the one which is containing the item plus its quantity. So this is just like a purchase order line, like you say iPhone 16 pieces. So this is where it is going to be placed here, and then when you place many orders of this, there are these ones in one purchase order. Okay, that is okay. Then we have goods received. So receiving against the purchase order, so you can see there is also goods received. So there is a receipt number, purchase order ID, purchase, and the notes, blah blah. This is by the managers. Then goods received line. So this is just a confirming when you order 16 iPhone 16s, I don't know. Then you have to really confirm against this. I'm not sure if it is something we will need. Then we have sales order. So this is happens when you sell. So you can see this is attached to the customer. So when you sell, this is when it happens. Okay. And then we have the sale order line. So this is having the, I think the items. Where is it? Customer status, say total tax amount, discount, total notes created. You also want to see the lines. Okay, so you can see it has the lines, and these are the so sale order line, which means like the sale order item. We're going to change a little bit these ones. to understand them very nicely. Then we have the transfer. So inventory transfer between locations, we'll be using this transfer model. You can see it as the transfer number, the from transfer from location ID, from location, and then to location, transfer date, status, and then the items that are being transferred, which you see we have another model for that. And then finally we have the adjustment. This is for manual changing the inventory. As you can see, inventory adjustment. This one also has the items. You can see adjustment items here, and that is the models. You can see there are quite a number of models. So you just like understand how all these ones work. So we'll be just like putting a few that we need so it's ready, and we move upwards. We're not going to punch in all of them at once depending on what we're working on. So you can see creation. So the first thing that you need is going to create. So you can see when a company first gets the system, it creates location or warehouses. Okay, so that's the first thing that you create in the system, which you might have not expected, maybe. But admin creates location using the location model. So each physical store or warehouse is set up with its address and type. So then we create the users. Okay, we create the users, and then admin creates user accounts with appropriate roles like these admin. So in our case, the admin will invite users, okay, with different roles, okay, with different roles, which will be really nice now. And then users are assigned to specific locations when they work, where they work, sorry. So you can see that means like when we're inviting, the way we are inviting this, when you just go to users, the way we invited here where we send the invite, okay, where we just like say send an invitation here. So we select the role, but you can also select the warehouse this person is going to operate. Okay, but as you see, the relationship between the inventory with the user actually is just on top here. If you look at the user, it has the location, but it's not like it is something which is optional, which is really great, because that means the first person don't need to be assigned to any warehouse like the super admin or the admin himself. So this is something we're going to add right away. Yeah, creating users, and then we're going to add this. So then the next thing is the product catalog. As you can see here, create categories. So you set up a hierarchy category structure for organizing product. The category model allows for parent-child relationship, and then now you add suppliers. So register all the vendors in the supplier model, store contact details and payment terms, and now we can create the items. So in this first video, I want us to concentrate on these first models. The location, the users, the product catalog setup. That's what I want us to work on these in this video. Is what I just want to work on, just to make sure that everything is actually working. So the models we want, I'm just going to extrapolate these models. The first one is the location model, and then we might just like change it the way we want. So I'm just going to change and get this location model. So you can just like call it location instead of just like calling it warehouse. It is a location because a location can be a shop, it can be anything. So I'm just going to go here and just add, just go to the schema. So I just go down, maybe just not down, more especially just near this user here, just like this. So we are going to first of all link it to all these things, the sales stuff. Just comment all these, we don't need them right now. The only thing we just want to focus on is going to be these. So I'm just like first also comment these ones as not to get confused. So the only thing I'm just going to put here is this location type, and you can see the location type is really nice. It tells us which type of location are you creating. Like, are you creating a shop, a warehouse? Because when items come, they land at the warehouse and then they can be distributed at the shops. And this virtual, I think, can be an e-commerce or something. So at that point, I can just go and put type. Okay, that's nice. That's nice. And then we can just go ahead and do link this to the user. So I'm just going to go in the user model and just add these two lines, just like this. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? So just go to the user here, and in the user we can add below here the organization, we can add the location. So now I can just go ahead and just like add this like so. So now we can just like put the location just like this. You can see it has this location ID. So we can just like say, I'm just going to add one thing though, which is going to be the location name. And the reason why I'm saying I'm putting the location name, if you want to show the user which warehouse the user is located, for instance on our dashboard here, it would be good we show the name, and we're going to modify this a little bit to make sure everything fits in very nicely. So we bring this phone number below the name, and then we have this email. So in this place here, we would put something like the warehouse where this person, or the station, we can just say workplace, or the station, or the location of this person to be seen in which warehouse, and then it can also be shifted between these warehouses. So that's why I'm saying that it would be good we just add one thing, which is going to be location name, and this is going to help us not to fetch any other thing. So just like add it like this. Okay, so that is great. So moving on to this, then we have created the users. We can invite them using with their location here. Just going to add that. Then next thing is the product setup. So we'll need to see first of all the item. That is the one that is going to give us what we need to know what we need to put and what we don't need right now. So I'm just going to go here and I first get the item just like this. Okay, just like add this. Let's first go ahead and just comment all these things here, not to get on top of ourselves. So the only thing I just need is with the categories. Okay, so I'm just going to bring the category, because after this we need the category and the suppliers. So I'm just going to go and get the category, supplier, and then this is the product categories. Now, depending on how you want to do this, whether to put the category to have, as you can see here. Okay, you can just like put, as you can see, parent is we'll just discuss about this in the future. Like this one allows you to create a hierarchy of categories, like categories and subcategories, but in this case we're just going to be having only one relationship, which is going to be just like category. So in its name, yes, it needs just a name, and if it's just like a parent, it just didn't have like a parent ID. So then we have the items. So I'm just going to go to the item and just put this here. So we'll have the category in the item. Which one error is that? Oh, so we already have some previously. We already have a category just like this. So we could delete this category per se. We don't need it actually. But what? Let me see. It has, this one has even the image. So okay, let me just like take this one nearby. I just want to look at this, how this one looks like. Just go down to, okay, item category ID. Okay, so I'm just going to add it just near this one to see what is missing. So this one we're using name. This one had a title. Okay, so I think what would be better would be updating it. I think so. I'm just going to say that I'm just going to name this to title. Okay, I'm just also going to add just a slug for uniqueness, just in case if you use it for in e-commerce. So this is going to be a string but unique, just like that. And then so it has this title. Then we could also add the image, something that is optional. Okay, just like add the image, which is optional. We're just going to be looking at that. So just go ahead and delete this one. The only thing I'm just going to copy is the ID, cut, and just like this. Okay, so now that means just change the IDs. They're using UUID, we're using CUID even in this one. Okay, we've just added location, modified the category, and then we have now item. So if you just look at this, me personally, I think we still have some missing things. SKU, which is okay, barcode, description, category ID. Now for the products, for the item, if we delete the category, so all the items, because as you can see so it doesn't actually bound to have a category. It is also having it as not required. That's so an item can exist without even a category. I don't know. We're just going to make this to make sure an item, when it's created, it has it has this. So you're just going to say on delete and just going to say cascade. Okay, then we have the cost price, selling price, decimal. Like, what is that? I'm not sure if we should use decimal. What's the difference between decimal and like something I've never used with Prisma? Decimal, and I'm just going to simply say it is a float. I'm not sure if I should just like maintain decimal. I'm not familiar with it. Just going to change it to float. Okay, so we have, let's just look at the other things we have. You have tax rate, which is okay. So mini stock level, which is an in max stock level. Just going to ask for explanation about these ones. Then we have is serial tracked. Okay, so which is a boolean and is active, and we have these. Okay, and then it has these all these. We just like allow maybe suppliers. Also, so but as I said, like when you're creating an item, I don't think that you choose the vendor at that time. I think we just like creating like when you just go to Zoho item create. So if you just look at this, you realize there is nowhere they are selecting a vendor. That's it. Like here you are creating this item. At this point where you're creating it, you don't know who is going to be the vendor. As we said, this is just like an intermediate item. You don't know who is going to be the vendor. The vendor comes in when you're creating, I guess, a purchase order. Okay, it just comes when you're just going to creating a purchase order. A purchase order. So create a purchase order. So I think this is why you actually have to decide the items here, and then it is also where you choose the vendor. I believe the purchase order has been generated, delivery address. So this is why you put where the you need the destination. I think this is why you have to choose your main, and then you can see the vendor. Okay, so you see we don't have any vendor right now, so this is why you put the vendors, why you want to purchase this item. Okay, so that is really great to understand that we can have an item, you don't need to associate it with a vendor in the first place. So another thing, I think there is here unit of measure. I don't know why it took it to be this, but there are some other important things I believe when it comes to that. When you look at the creation of an item, okay, when it comes to the here creating this item, there are some things we can copy from here. There are others we're not going to put, but one thing you cannot just jump is this unit. Like, is this a box or something? Like, is it in, like you need to add some units here. So what I don't know is if by default they give you all these all the units that you need, that you don't need to manage your own units. I don't know if you just go in settings. If you just go in settings here, if you have where to control the units. Let's look at the so I think it is. So you can just say units. There is why I saw units somewhere here. Units of measurement. You can see them all here. So enable, and then you can add a new unit. Okay, so you can add a new unit, a name and a symbol. So we have to have this model for adding units, but basically I think when you create an account, they just go ahead and create a bunch of units for you. You don't need to actually, so we can just like say when a system when maybe if wanted, we could say when a new user is created for that particular company, we go ahead and create the units. That is something we're just going to work on. So unit of measurement, they will have to have unit ID and the name. So unit is going to be a model on its own. Okay, so here is just like something which is very easy. The name and the symbol, like if you say dozen, then DZ, and then the ID. So you can just say create this one simply here. It is a very simple model. So just say model unit, and this you can start with these two created at, and then you can just proceed and add the ID, and then now we can add, as you saw here, it has a name and a symbol. So you just take this name, so you're just going to have a name and a symbol. Okay, you believe that is like the symbol, and then it's going to have similar to the categories, it will have items. Okay, it will have items just like this, and now it means that in the item, instead of just like unit of measure just like that, is going to be either unit of measure ID. Okay, so I'm just going to say here unit of measure ID. That seems like to be a very long name. I'm just going to say here unit is going to be let me just first go ahead and duplicate these two here. So basically this one becomes unit ID, just like that, and this is going to be unit, and here we just said the category, sorry, the unit, and then this is going to be unit ID. Now, where we have this unit of measure, I would say that if you want to show on the product the actual unit, then you need to say so the unit of measure would be a string. Just going to make it required for sure. So you might not need to give it default like this, but the unit of measure now would be this actual unit name. So this one unit of measure will be the, just going to put here, this one is the unit name. Okay, that is great. So moving on is if you just go back to the dashboard and you go back to the item, new item, I'll just like want to see some other information you need. So there is something else which is the dimensions here, which I believe also something that counts. So the dimension is either in centimeter or inches, so you choose one you want, but we can just like leave it in centimeters, dimensions in centimeters, and weight in kg. Here you have all these things you can control. So we have to put dimensions and also the weight. Now this is where now it get confusing. Here they're trying to add the manufacturer. We are not going to add these manufacturers here. As we said, this item, it can have multiple suppliers or vendors. So in that case, maybe if you want just to control the manufacturers, of which I don't think it is making sense, because you don't have to add Apple, because if you're just dealing with iPhones, you might just like be interested in the vendors or the suppliers, not necessarily you're going to be buying them from the Apple store or the actual manufacturer. But if you want to track who is the manufacturer of the item, then you would necessarily add that. So one thing that we just need to add in here is the dimensions and weight. I think something that is, if you look at them here, they are not required, I guess. Yeah, you can see they don't have this star. So dimensions and weight is not something that is required. So we can just say go here and we just say dimensions. And then I'm just also going to add the weight. So you don't know if weight should be an int. So this can be a float. I'm just going to say float. Okay, but it's not required, so that is good. Then another thing that you have to do now, this is why you add in like a brand. Okay, like which brand. I think that one for sure like is required. It's not required also here. You can see the brand, but this is the information you need to have, the brands for this particular item. However, you can just like actually leave out brands. Like if you're like dealing with Samsung phones, like maybe this is due to people wanting to purchase by brand, so that's why you need this. But otherwise, you might just like wouldn't require it. So let's just like also similarly here, add for brand. Okay, so just going to say brand, and the brand just going to take a name, brand name. Maybe we could just give it a slug. I don't know, like okay, let's go to give it giving it a slug. It will have, of course, it will have the items. We are not going to complicate this, but a brand, but it's that one an item must belong to certain brand. Just like just add it here. So I'm just going to duplicate one more time the category, now that this is even if you make it not required. So let's say brand here. So you can just say brand ID, and then this is going to be brand, and then here is going to be also brand ID. On delete cascade, good. I don't know if we should add this, but it's just a for purpose just sake of. But if it doesn't have this, like this relationship, so even if you don't add this, because items can exist without the brand ID, that's what logically what it means. I'm also going to make it onto this, so I'm just going to say here, I'm just going to do this. Okay, even this one. Okay, even that. And you could just also add the brand name if you just want to get the brand name on the item direct without doing any further fetch. So these other ones, the tax, is the tax supposed to be like required? I'm not sure. So just like adding all these things, looking at all these things here, what it is, product description. So you can see the tax. Okay, here they have like why you can control or create the taxes, tax rates. I'm not sure if we should allow because they have here two taxes, the purchase information and the sales information, and is a sales tax, the tax that is going to be applied when they are selling this item. Okay, and then there is purchase tax. I think this is the one that is going to apply when they are purchasing this. I think this one just going to leave it the purchase. Maybe you can just like put the sales tax. This is the one that we have here, the tax rate. Now, how to control this tax rate? For sure, like it has to be sort of a model where they can control, because I try to believe that different items can have different taxes. That's why it is you are able to select the tax. So I'm just going to have another model for the tax rate. So just going to have here the tax rate, and it will also just have the I just like just going to have like a name, but then it should just have the tax itself, I guess. Maybe record the tax or the rate, and this is going to be a float. Okay, it will also have it, of course, to have the items. So it has to have the rate itself. I'm not sure if it just needs to have this here. We can just like check on it. Let me first comment this. We can just like check on it in a second. So if you just go to settings, and then you just go under taxes, and then you just look at this new tax. So it has a tax name and then the rate, as you can see here. So it has the name and the rate, which is okay, and the rate is in percent. As you can see, it is in percent. Okay, so just going to this, we'll have associated with the this. Okay, so I'm just going to go to this again. I'm just going to duplicate this, so we'll have this also duplicated. So just are going to have tax ID. Tax ID is not required. Then this is going to be tax. Maybe you just say tax rate ID, and then this is going to be tax rate, and then even this is going to be tax rate, and this is also going to be the tax rate ID, just like that. I'm not sure if we just simply leave these the on delete. They also had a past control, I don't know, but it is an affair. Let's just like remove this to delete the tax and all the items associated with that to go. We can just like leave even this, but for this I want to make sure that a product has a category. I just want to add also the tax. Okay, which is going to be, I believe, like the float, and it's just like the tax rate. So this is the tax rate itself from the tax ID. Okay, you can just like record it like this. Okay, there is one error though. Oh, so you just need to remove this now that we have the tax rate. Okay, so now another thing now is this mini stock level. I think these are the ones we are having here. So if you just go back, the inventory items, if you just go down here, there is why you see that we have this reorder point. So this reorder point is when the stock reaches the reorder point, a notification will be sent to you. So I think this is the one. The reorder point is the one that they are calling it as the mini stock level. So we could just like change this. Then there is max stock level. I'm not sure, like, are you supposed to give like you can't stock above this? Okay, just like call this reorder point. Reorder point. I think just like the name is very straightforward rather than the mini stock level. There is I don't think like these other ones are needed. The inventory evaluation method, first in first out, then there is weight average costing. Okay, I don't know, we're just going to use the first in maybe. I think that's max our item. There is here preferred vendor, so you can add like, I think for them they called it preferred vendor if you want. The tax you have added. So far we are good. We have SKU. We have also, I think, the how comes like there is an SKU but there is no, I can see other things like UPC, EAN, ISBN. We can just like add these that are going to be required, but I'm just wondering, I'm not seeing any barcode. Okay, let me just first see what this gave us. Like, is even like the barcode supposed to be here? Yeah, so just like we have the barcode here, which is also not required. It is only the SKU that is required. Then dimensions, weight, and so one thing we can just like add, I don't know, like these other things, the UPC 12 digital unit number associated with the barcode. So this is like a barcode, universal product code. Then there is this 13-digit unique number, international article number. Then ISBN. I'm not sure if we need to include these ones. Manufacturing part number. Okay, just in case someone has that information. These ones are going to be on the edit page most especially. We're not going to add them on the product create. There are some things you're not going to be on that. So I can just say go ahead and add these ones. We have we can just say UPC. These are string. So string. And just say it's a 13-digit, 12-digit unique number. Anyway, just going to leave all of them as strings. EAN. EAN. I'm supposed like to make them capital something. I'm just going to copy these things. EAN. So you can just like add this here. Just to, if you just like want to add these ones also to help someone who wants to put that information. That is MPN. So we have MPN. And then we have the ISBN. At least this one I am I've seen it on like books. ISBN. So ISBN string. Then just add this. Okay, so you can just like I'm not sure if you say UPC, like this kind of naming, I'm not sure. Is it supposed to be like that? UPC EAN. No, I'm not feeling good about them. You just leave them small letters like this. They are all not required. Okay. What it is? What it is? I think we have everything we want. Okay, we have everything we want. The only thing is to look at the relationships we need right now. So it has also these things like inventories, which we don't need to commit to right now. I want us to first focus on this part. So categories, subcategories, items, brands, and all that. Now add suppliers, register all vendors in the supplier model, store the contact. So we need the suppliers. Now then we can be able to create, so link items to their suppliers. So I don't know, like when you say creating the items, like you can select like multiple suppliers. What is trying to mean? So set min max stock for reordering. So you can see the ones that the max the mean level, the one we called the reorder point. This was the, I think, the mean level, mean stock level. I don't know, do we leave it like as mean stock level or reorder point? Mean stock level, max stock level. I don't know if I should just like change this to like mean stock level just to match this one. So you need, as they said here, you have to link. If you look at let's first create suppliers because we need them. Just go here and create suppliers. Okay, so suppliers, they have purchase orders. Let me first comment this one out. They have items. They create this middle thing. Okay. They will create the middle thing. Let me just first do this. So the items, if you just go here to items, you see they have suppliers just like this, and they also have supplier item. They have this middle table they are creating. The only thing that always confuses me is how you, so when you send the IDs, how we'll connect this. I think this is why you use the connect. I think we'll look at that. So if we just like leave suppliers and then you go in the suppliers, you put the items like this, you can see they are okay. Okay, they are all okay. They are connecting within this between table, the supplier items. So this middle table, if you look at that, the down one here, supplier items is the same as this. So this one becomes like a intermediate table, which has these ones. So when you're creating an item, that means if you're having select, you can select multiple. In here we have the preferred vendor. So it seems like for them they have one vendor for one item. I think that is if you want to simplify. That is if you want to simplify the creation, the stocking process. Like you have one supplier for each item. So I could just like ask here for by the way, all this flow, we're just going to get this flow here before we ask further questions. I'm just going to go ahead and first copy all this flow. Okay, so first of all, I would just like copy while we have like there is notes.mdx. I don't know what is here. Okay, so just like leave that one, but I'm just going to say, okay, can we just like add this in some file here in Notion? So we could just go ahead and just like, since we have this, okay, just going to add this information down here. Okay, down, and then what it is information we need to keep. We have the Prisma models, so just going to copy these, also keep them somewhere. Okay, you can just say prisma.md like .md or mdx any, and then you can just like come here and say the schema, and then you can just like add this, add in between, add this. Okay, just like to keep just like the original draft that it gave us, and then also the site navigation, which we'll just like go through in a second to know how we are going to link these things together. Okay, I will give it a proper format the way we have it like ours, so that it formats it in that way, not like this one. I don't know if ours is just like that, but we are going to look at it. So what did I want to ask in the first place? I'm just going to say that in real practice, so does an item have multiple suppliers? Because I wanted to make a one-to-many relationship. What do you suggest? So in your word inventory practices, it's actually very common for an item to have multiple potential suppliers. This is especially true for supermarkets and retail businesses. Let me explain why and how. Why items often have multiple suppliers. Supply chain resilience. Having alternative suppliers mitigates risks if primary suppliers have stock shortages, delivery issues, or goes out of business. Price optimization. Different suppliers might offer different pricing, allowing you to purchase from vendors whoever has the best price at time of ordering. Regional availability, product variation, seasonal considerations, and all that. So database relationship recommendation is that you have the suppliers and the vendors having this many-to-many relationship. You can see here is still really very serious about it, and which I think is good. So he said additional enhancement to make this relationship even more useful. You might want to add a junction table with additional data each supplier item relationship, like it was adding this junction table. This is what I was telling you, that this one is created behind the scene, even if you don't create it. Okay, I'm not going to create that one. Gives you ability to mark preferred suppliers for each item, track supplier specific pricing, store the supplier own SKU, which often differs from yours, track minimum order quantities and lead times by supplier, maintain supplier specific notes. I don't know if I really need this junction. I don't know if I just need this junction table. Really, I don't. Okay, because anyway, the good thing with the junction table is that it gives us a good way of creating. When you're just creating so I'm not sure, like in these two, as you can see here, so you can first create the item alone, and then you create also the supplier alone. Then after you join the two, you create the supplier ID with the item ID and the supplier ID. But I don't know. So I'm just going to ask it one more question. So does it mean that I think it's just like it gives us like I think a possibility. Just does it mean that when creating an item, a user is given ability to select multiple vendors for a single product. It's just like understanding it really. Yes, exactly. When designing the user interface for creating or editing items, you'd provide the ability to select multiple vendors for a single product. And this is how here's how we do typically work in practice. Item creation flow: basic information. User enters core item details, SKU category, set pricing, tax information, and stock levels, and then supplier selection. The form includes a dedicated supplier section. User can add one or more suppliers to the item. So for each supplier added, select supplier from a drop down of existing suppliers. Add supplier specific details like supplier product code, SKU, cost price from this specific supplier. So you can see, by the way, that is something cost price from this specific supplier. Minimum order quantity, then lead time, whether this is a preferred or default supplier. So UI implementation, a select drop down with supplier, add supplier button. You just like trying to show you here main item, supplier drop down with this kind of like checkbox. We might just like not just like checking only one supplier, does not necessarily need to show all these, add another supplier. So you're just like having like a table of suppliers basically here. So you say first the system creates or updates the base item record, then it creates or updates entries in the item supplier junction table for each supplier associated with the item. If a previously connected supplier is removed, that relationship is deleted from the junction table. Okay, so it seems like we need a junction table. As you can see here, there is supplier ID is preferred. There is also this is preferred boolean here, and then supplier SKU not required, lead time, main order. Then there is unit cost, supplier specific cost, and then last purchase date, and then the notes. Okay, I'm just going to add this one, the junction table. I've been so much convinced now at that point that we might actually need it. So that means in between the we just have this. So let me just change one thing here. Just get this ID. Let me bring it to this junction table. Okay, so now the junction table has to have the item suppliers. Let me just first comment out this one. So when added this item supplier is that so when you add the item supplier, so you can just say here So with item supplier table, how does it affect the item and supplier tables? I just want the how it's going to structure it. So you have the item, you have the supplier, the new relationship added to the table. So you add supplier relations, you just simply add this one. Okay. So this one would do this. Okay, so that means for item, if you do this, they just go to the item. So in the item, you just have to add, let me just add it below here where it has like suppliers or something here. It has this supplier relation, item supplier. Okay, I don't want to, maybe it's first adder, so this like this. Just go to the supplier and let's just down here you can just add the supplier relations, item supplier. Okay, so we'll be creating this this junction every time we just create a new item. You first create the item, the supplier is also existing, then you simply add this there. Okay, so that one is okay. So you can see here, get all suppliers for an item. This is where how you would do that. Get all items from a specific supplier. This is how you would get this. This helps you to, I think this helps you to, I'm just going to copy this query. This helps you, I think, to make like very easy for purchase order, I think, and all other things. I'm just going to add this maybe in notes, in the notes, and I think before even we make the forms, we'll go straight away to making making what? We'll go straight away to making the seed file to simplify this. Then after we start like adding slowly with that. Okay, so I think at this point we have this the tables we need. For that matter, if you just look at the on top here, what we would want to implement at first, if you just go here, because the first thing we work on the location, that one is okay, and then the product catalog, that is another thing that we were actually wanting to do, so that's why we are stopping on these 3 ones. Okay, so with that done, let's just like work on the navigation. After having all these navigation links we need, it will be very easy for us to have those links. So if you just go to sidebar, this is why we have sidebar.ts, and this is how our things are organized. Okay, so this is what we have. I just want to go ahead and tell it, I'm just going to go ahead and give it all this file. like this. Do we have other things? Okay, so I just wanted to go ahead and get those links, the one it has added here, to go ahead and modify them and add these ones here. So I don't know if it has added point of sale, but I would want like really point of sale somehow. Oh, so it has added the integration. That's why it has the point of sale here. Point of sale here. Okay, they has accounting, then API. Yeah, I think that is good. That's look good. So I'm just going to say I had so from I'm just going to say I had this sidebar config file. Okay, config file that I am using. Okay, so I'm just going to say that from the side navigation you proposed. Okay, I'm just going to say that modify the given one. I have the sidebar. Sidebar config file that I was using previously. Okay, modify it. Just say modify it to match the one you proposed. We're just going to remove some other things later on, I think. So just add this one. Okay, but maintain my structure. Okay, just like see here, I just wanted to feed in the one it had given us. So if you just look at it, I sidebar, type menu, and then the permissions. Okay, so it maintain the dashboard. Then under inventory, it has added for us these items, categories, current stock, raw stock, serial numbers. I'm not sure like who is the serial numbers. What's with this serial number thing? Then stock transfers, create transfer, stock adjustments, create adjustments. Then we have purchases, and you know it has just like added all these nice things here. And then we have goods receipt. I don't know if others we really need them. Then we have the sales, we have the reports, and then we have the integrations. Then we have settings. So you kind of see like the locations are under settings. Roles and permissions, which we already have under users. We might just have to maintain our structure about that. Roles and permissions, company settings. That one we might also put it. We might just like leave it that side. Then there is profile. Then there is change password. Okay, it added these under settings, which might also make sense. I'm not sure. So where did it add the users? Okay, so it added the users also under settings. Okay, but it may just like be making sense. Like if you think about it, here we have like users. I don't know. I like feel like users should go under the they should go under settings. They should be, because you can see we have also the change password. They don't really look good. We may just like change it to that. But basically, I'm just also going to keep a copy of what we had in this config before I bring in the new one. So let's just go ahead and get the new one, and we see how it rocks. If it doesn't look good, we go back. So basically, it has also added for us all the necessary icons. Okay, it has added for us all these necessary icons. So we just like, of course, change the permissions in future in the permission get, but right now we just want to see how this changes. So of course we cannot see the new ones. The fact that the logged in person does not have all necessarily doesn't have all these, all these permissions. You can see we are seeing a few here, take only sales, and even in the sales we have these only customers. That means like everything has changed almost. So we have dashboard, then we have the inventory. Okay, we just like add other things, but that is good, which actually it has logged out this person. I don't know, like we could just like look in the permission gate. So in the permission gate here, we might just need to change this, take all sales and then all these things, the customers orders, reports, and this thing here, categories, products, either blogs, blah blah, then admin permissions, like this. This makes a lot of sense after we have confirmed that these are the links that we need. So I'm just going to tell it to add more things before we confirm with this. I can tell it to remove some things and add others. So for instance, in the inventory categories, we need to add more things. So in so let's say in the inventory, okay, we have add. So we have the brands, we have units, brand and units. What else do we have that we're managing? So I'm just going to say sidebar, go to the schema. So if you just want to go to an item, we have the category, so brand, unit. Okay, so there are the two things we need to add, brand and unit. Then number one, let's go to number two. Let me see, categories, current stock, low stock. Then the serial numbers, I'm not yet convinced how serial numbers work. Is it something really we need to implement? I'm just going to first ask it here. Let me first cut this one. Transfers, I think what other things are all looking good, except that even these goods receipt. So I'm just going to say that there are some models I'm not sure if they need to be added, like serial numbers and goods. They were called goods receipt. So we have this goods receipt. What's their value in the system? This is to show I understand why we are adding each. Let me explain the practical value of the serial number and the goods receipt models in the inventory management system. The serial numbers model provides significant value for high value item tracking. For expensive items like iPhones, computers, or electronics, serial number tracking lets you 1. Track each individual unit through its entire life cycle. Know exactly which unit was sold to which customer. Process returns for the exact unit that was purchased. Okay. Warrant management. Record purchase dates for warrant period calculations. Validity warrant claims against a specific unit. Trace item back to specific supplier shipment if quality issues arise. Safety prevention and recovery. Maintain records of serial numbers to identify stolen merchandise. Provide evidence of ownership to law enforcement. And then help customers who purchase serialized items prove ownership for insurance. Okay. Yeah, this is very serious. Record management. So quickly identify and contact customers with specific affected items. Track exactly which units have been recalled. Okay, so then we go to the good receipt model. Good receipt model is necessary for separation of purchasing and receiving. Purchase orders represent your commitment to a buyer. Good receipt represent what you actually received. This separation is crucial when suppliers deliver partial orders or incorrect items. Discrepancy management. Record differences between what was ordered versus what arrived. Document quality issues, damages, or shortage at the time of receipt. Create an audit trail for supplier disputes or claims. Accuracy inventory price track when items entered the inventory. Calculate. So this looks like they are all really useful models. I'm not taking them out. Okay, so that is confirmed there. It has convinced me why we need, for instance, these serial numbers. So now with the serial numbers, how is this even done? We could just go up here. We look at the serial numbers. I wanted to look at this is what we have explaining these things in details here. I don't know whether it just like has goods receipt is here, stock transfer, all these things. Okay, I just like want to know the relationship between if I look at this model, just want to look at the relationship between the item with serial number. So an item kind of has multiple serial numbers. So explain the relationship between item and serial number. So relationship between item and serial number. The relationship between item and serial number model is designed to balance efficiency with tracking precision. So one-to-many relationship. An item like iPhone Pro, this titanium, can have multiple individual serial number records, but each serial number belongs to exactly one item. Oh, okay. So each iPhone, I think each iPhone item itself has a serial number. So database implementation in the Prisma, we have an item which has its serial track, which is true then, and then you have the serial number here, array, and then in the serial number has the item ID. Okay, so it is understandable. It is clearly a one-to-many relationship. Okay, how it works in practice: when you create a master item, you set its serial to true if you want to track its serial numbers. Later, when you receive an inventory of this item, you record individual serial number records, like you add each item with its serial number. So how is that done? Because that's interesting. So if you receive, because in that case you received 16 iPhone items, how do you add individual serial numbers to each of these items? Because this is a same item. So here it says when you create a master item, you set is serial tracked to if you want to track the serial number. Oh, so you simply go ahead and create serial numbers. So the serial numbers, you select the item you want to add the serial number, then you add the serial. Okay, I understand now. But then the question is, so a purchase order is created for 10 iPhone 16. When iPhone arrives, the receiving staff scans and enters each phone's serial number. Okay, so the system creates 10 separate serial number records, all linked to the same item ID. Oh, okay, now I understand. So one item ID can have 10 serial numbers. Okay, this is good. So the system can count available inventory two ways. For non-serialized item, check the quantity in the inventory table. For serialized item, count the number of serial records with status in stock. Okay, that is really interesting. The sales process: when a serialized item is sold, the point of sale prompts to scan or enter the serial number. Okay, and then the system changes that specific serial number record status to from in stock to sold. The link to the sale is maintained in the serial number record. Okay, that's good. Practical consideration: selective. Not all items need serial tracking. Typically, you'd only use it for high value items like electronics. High performance optimization. Okay, so I understand now. This is really typically very okay. So now let's go back to the item, just add this serial numbers, and I'm also going to add one thing is serial tract. And then would come here, we actually bring in let me just go ahead and bring in this. I'm just going to go ahead and bring in this serial number. So just go back to this model here, and let me just get the model for serial number. So that is something you would want really to add for tracking serial numbers. Just add it here. Then serial status, that is the one that he was talking about. This one, serial status here. Just add it below here. Okay, so now we can now go ahead and add this with the items like this. So it has the item ID and the serial number and this. That is good. Really nice. Okay, so that one is sorted. It has really explained very nicely how this works. What else? What were we looking for? Okay, so I think I'm just going to tell it here to add these things I said. So in the inventory, so for the, I'm just going to say modify the sidebar config file. In the inventory, I'm just going to say add brands units. Okay, add brands and units. I don't know if these ones they should be in settings or they should be inside the inventory. Just like keep them inside the inventory, I think. Could just like add them inside the inventory or something. Like just like add them there. Okay, so then now I'm just going to go ahead and so just go back to the sidebar config file, which is this one. So we have everything we need. We need to go ahead and change also the permissions. So these ones are the ones which control everything that a user needs to do what. So I'm just going to tell it also that just go ahead and modify my permissions. So I have this module permissions and this admin permissions. We have also we should have also like for the user permissions, they should be exported like from here. We use it in all places because this we are having it in also the seed file. So if you remember, in the seed file we created the user role and had these user permissions. So the user permissions are from here. So if I cut these and I take them into the permissions where we have like the admin permissions, we could just like export also here, export const user permissions. And now this becomes very easy to have one place controlling all these things. Okay, I'm just going to go here like this. Okay, I'm just going to go back to the permissions. So I'm just going to change for me this the permission policy file. I'm just going to do this. So the ones down here, we don't need to change anything down here. Really, I'm just going to simply change this. Okay, so let me just say I also have the permission policy for my entire system. So please modify it to match the sidebar navigation. Okay, navigation here. There is another thing we also have. I think that's it. Meta auth. I think that's it. They just go ahead and it should just say go ahead and just like modify this permission policy file, because you see it added like some other new policies. Okay, like we have a lot, so just going to see here, maintain the same type, and then the module permission, and then you can see dashboard. It has the permissions create or then user management as like the users, roles, and then we have the inventory. It started with the items. Remember, now we don't have products, we have items. Then we have categories, we have brands, we have units, we have stock. Then we have serial numbers, transfers, adjustments, and then now for purchase. So it has updated all the things we need. So I just want to see if it has updated, for instance, the permissions for admin. So previously, if you just go and look at the admin, so for instance, we had the dashboard, okay, and then the users, then the inventory. So it gave him everything, gave him all these, and then the user permission, they gave him these a few ones. Then there is manager permissions. Okay, it's created so just like something like manager permissions, user permission. Then with these ones, we just like be doing this custom, so we don't need really much. But I just say copy this and just go down here. Oh, you don't want to replace everything. So just paste these. Shouldn't have any problem. So this changes our roles. Like this changes the file for the roles automatically, because if you just go to the role form, if I could just say go to role form, okay, so if you just go to the role form, you will notice that this down here we have the permissions, and you can see the permissions originate from here, from the permissions. So when you change anything in the permissions here, this changes everything. So now means that we can create a new organization. If we want to see this in action, we need to create a new organization with these brand new roles, which will be really fantastic. So yeah, so to test out this, what we have done, we cannot see even if we try to log in. If I try to log in this normal user, this won't give us, or we won't see we won't see anything really big in the system, because as we said, we changed a lot. You can see that the sidebar doesn't reflect anything because we changed a lot. So what I'm just going to do is first log out, and then another thing I'm just going to do is I'm just going to do npx Prisma. I'm just going to say npx Prisma Studio. So I'm just going to go to the studio, and I just like delete this my company. So I'm just going to go to, okay, I just like wanted to see the organization. I just like want to delete my organization, and then I'll just create others. Wow, look at the organizations that are on the system currently right now. That's like really crazy. Like that's like really a big number. Okay, so let's just like go ahead and I'll just like be interested in mine. So we have the Coca-Cola, and this is these are the two we have been using. I'm just going to go ahead and delete this. I can just like go ahead and delete everything, but you know, just like delete these two. I believe the other ones, they will not work at all. Or I could even just like go ahead and delete everything. Like these ones are just like random things I can see from here. Really, test org1, and blah blah. Okay, so I'm just going to go back to the system and create an account. So by the way, that means if I go ahead and delete, where is it? Here. So if you delete the organization and you just go back to the users, you will find that the user specifically for those organizations, they will be like deleted. I don't know what the problem right now is, but there is something that is not, I think, working very well. User, oh, he's trying to, you know, he's trying to read a user location does not exist in the current databases. So I think I'm just going to do is I'm just going to go ahead and delete all the organizations, because this is just going to like to cause a lot of problems in terms of we are modifying this. Oh, and we cannot apparently delete all the organizations. How about the invites? Do we have any invites here? So it seems like we don't have any invites. So I'm just going to do is, you know, it's just reading. It is just reading for this schema that we haven't applied actually. Like this schema, we haven't applied it. Okay, we haven't applied. Oh, we have also tax rate. I think we just like remember to add tax rate because we're just like creating also tax. I forgot add tax, so we could just like go ahead and add it in the permissions. I don't know why that one even falls. What does even that falls? It may just like put it under settings. I'm just going to go to where we have like I'm just going to go ahead and just like put tax. So here just going to have tax. tax rates. And the display profile, what's this? Okay, just going to be tax dot settings, and even I think all these I'm just going to change them to tax. Okay, we just need to also change in the sidebar to add tax. I think this is just going to typically go under settings. So drop down locations, add locations. So we could just also add like these two very links about the tax. So you could just say tax rates, and then just say settings, taxes or tax rates. Then it be, this would be tax dot read, and then it is add tax rate, and this would be go settings and tax rates. Yeah, we just said the settings, tax rates, and then create, and then I would just say location or tax dot create. Nice. For the roles and permissions, we'll change all those things to match, but I think we're just like added taxes, which is good. So the problem we have right now, I think we simply need to push we simply need to push and see if there is any changes we want. You can see that it is unable to create the script. Let me just go ahead and try to push this. So you would stop this and run npx Prisma db push, and then pnpm dev, and then you would also just stop this, and then after pushing, then you can run the that again. So this is going to go ahead and create might just like have some issue. Let me first stop this before we push. I'm suspecting one thing, that we need to make sure everything is, we're not having anywhere the word. I'm just going to search for UUID. So you can see it should be CUID. We have one more instance. There is to be, so this kind of bring in a problem that we don't understand. So make sure you have all of them CUID for uniformity. So if you search for UU here, if you search for UUID, we don't have any. Nice. So now you can just go ahead and run this. Just wait and see. Otherwise, if you haven't subscribed, please go ahead and hit the subscribe button and like the video. Okay, so it seems like we have this running. Nice. And then down here we now we can just like go ahead and do this. So if I run the studio one more time, let me close this one. Okay. Yeah, so you can see now we have no problem. I'm just going to go to the organizations, and I'm just going to select all, and I just want to delete all the organizations. Okay, for some reason we cannot delete the organization. I just wonder why. The organization is dependent. Is it dependent on any of? Let's just like go and look at the organization. I don't know. It is having the users. Also, by the way, is having the roles. How did it just come to have? Oh, okay. I remember we said that for each role, it must have the organization ID. Okay. I don't know why this became just like role. It's supposed to be like roles. Anyways, like we will not need to fetch this at any point. So what I think what is right now the problem is stick to these roles. So I'm just going to go to the roles. And just select all these two rows and delete them. And even for this, I think for the row, where is it? Yeah. So when we delete this, the row should be deleted. That's why you see we have only two rows. Then the users, can we also delete all the users for now? Just to be on a clean slate. Okay, you cannot delete them. It's because they have a belonging to organization. Let's go back to the organization and we see if we can delete them right now. Okay, you cannot delete these ones. We still have some issues. You cannot delete this. How are we going to delete them? Let's look at the other tables. Organization, users, for the roles and the invites we don't have, but the organizations we have, and then users we have 10. Okay, so I'm wondering if we first deleted like our own organization. So the organizations which are not deleting, are they the ones which have users? Because for instance, we have organization which has like these users 1 there is these ones which don't have any user. So let's first try to delete these first three. 1, 2, 3. The ones those are how many records? It's saying we have 4 records. Oh, okay, just like the first 3 are the ones. Oh, actually 4. They're the ones which has like 0 users. Are they the ones that are not deleting or the ones that are deleting? Okay, those ones I think they deleted. So now we're remaining with the ones which have users. So if I just go to this and I try to delete this, okay, so this one, it refuses. Okay. So let me just go ahead and try to delete a one particular user. I don't know why a user would fail to delete. A user is dependent on what? Only on the organization ID. So if I just came to this, these ones, they all belong to a particular, they have, let me see. Oh, there is others who have even like the blogs. Does it necessarily mean if a user, you have to first delete like a blog? Let me see. So the blog categories, so you can first delete the blog. Just go here, delete this blog. Okay. So after deleting the blog, we can delete the blog category. Okay, so we can also make it that if you delete the blog category, it deletes the blog. So you can just go here, select all these two blogs, blog categories, and delete them. Okay, so if I just go back to this user and delete this user, okay, the user actually went. So if I just go down here, we don't have any user with any like sort of a, so if I just select all of these ones and delete, okay, so they will be all deleted. So now if we just go back to the organization, select all of them and delete, there should be no reason why they shouldn't delete. Okay, so they are also deleting. Okay, so we have a very clean, everything is really clean slate right now. Okay, nice. Everything is set on 0. Let's go ahead and create a new, brand new, this. Okay, I'm just going to, it doesn't matter. Okay, and just go ahead and sign up. Okay, the sign up process is I don't know. Oh, I did it because I think just because the roles are now somehow many actually. So let's just go ahead and find the email. So the email is here, and just copy the code. Okay, just go back here and just add this code here. Continue to the login. And let's go ahead and log in. Okay. So you can see that we have a few things here. Says I'm surprised we don't have the inventory. I'm not sure, but if you just open here, we have everything here. Point of sale, sales orders, create sale order returns, create return reports, and then we go under reports. You have all these reports, integrations, and then settings is where we find our users, roles and permission, company settings, profile, change password. Okay, so I'm wondering why in this, because the permissions we give on the sign up, if you just go and create user, so if you just go here in the users, more so on the create, so we have the admin permissions, and also we have this default user permissions which we can now use. You can just come in and say, for instance, here that these are user permissions from the config. You can see we're using the admin user role when we are creating the administrator in the first place. If you just come down here, we create the organization, and then after that we find or create. So therefore we created this admin, and then we gave him all these roles, and then now we linked this to this person. I just want to see what is actually inside the permissions under the admin. You may find that the admin doesn't have inventory. I'm not sure. Let's first check here. We have, of course, under the inventory management, we have the items, categories, and so on and so forth. Okay, let's just go ahead and check under the permissions. So you have the permission admin, user dashboard, user management, inventory. Okay, so which has things to do with the items, create, read, update, and these categories: create, read, update, and delete, the brands and the units and the stock, and then and the serial numbers, transfers, adjustments. So clearly we have the inventory, all of it under the admin permissions. Okay, so now I would want to know why in the after logging in, for some reason the inventory model is not being seen. Okay, let's just go back to the sidebar here. So in the sidebar here is where we have the inventory, I believe. So if you just go here, is where we have the inventory. So we have it as inventory.read. And then we have now the items.read, and the inventory itself wasn't actually there. So you can see all these things, you cannot see them if you don't have inventory.read. So we need to add this inventory. Okay, so we need to add the inventory. So just go back to the permissions. So under inventory management, as if we just need to add a list inventory, not caps, just add inventory dot read, just like that. I don't know if this is anywhere, just search, and you can see it is in a couple of places. Okay, you can see it is under reports, then inventory.read. That is something else, I believe, because there's reports.products.create. Those are different things altogether. That's not the inventory read. Yeah, there is nowhere we have the inventory.read. So I think that's the only permission we need. There is no inventory.create, but so we need this. We could just like even just like add the CRUD of this read update delete, and another one is create read update and delete create. So there is no create basically, so you just add create. So you can just like add these here just in case we need maybe these to use them. So I will just go ahead and again delete this logout. Go to the schema. So now we should be having one organization. Which I'm just going to go ahead and delete. So the organization should delete the user. There will be no user. So let me just go ahead and also delete this email. Also delete also this one. Okay, so just go back in the same process now. I'm just going to create this. Okay, just going to go ahead and it will create a new user with all the roles. Okay, account created, send the email. Let's get the code. So just come back here and verify code, and then let's go to login. So now we should see this now we should see this with the inventory right now, because yeah, so you can see right now clearly we have the inventory here with all these crazy stuff. Like, this is really so many things inside here. We have the items, then we have the categories, brands, unit, current stock, low stock items, then you have serial numbers, stock transfers, create stock transfers. So I think we could just like these two, we could hide them instead of putting, for instance, stock transfer, create transfer, then there is stock adjustment, then create adjustment. We might just not need to put all these two. They will be inside. We can just like only put the links. So in the sidebar, you can just like adjust a few things inside the inventory. So items, categories, brands, units, stock, low stock items. So we could just like say stock if we wanted here. We just say stock, serial numbers, stock transfers, create transfer. So like, for instance, we don't need to put the create transfer directly here. We could just click on stock transfers and then you can create the transfer inside. And then we have also stock adjustments, and then create adjustment. It can be something inside. Okay, nice. So those two, they will be now removed. So you can see you have stock adjustment and stock transfer. So at least we have relatively small stuff here. So now that we have the actual things, this looks really much better right now, because the things we have here now are the ones we want. So we can still first put these things in right places. Okay, that means we will have these things falling into these folders. These are the folders we need to have under the dashboard, those ones you are seeing there. So inside the dashboard, we'll organize them into those. Okay, so for instance, right now I'm just going to go inside here. We need to create inventory. So everything's going to be inside the inventory. And then the second one is sales. So you can just say create another one, which is going to be sales. Okay. They should be inside the dashboard. This is one thing. Dashboard inventory, dashboard sales. And then reports integrations. So here we should have reports, and then we should have integrations, and then we have, I think that's it. We have those are the ones we need to have. So everything falls inside those ones. So for instance, blogs, do we need a blog inside here? No. So we can just like leave blog just there for purpose of giving us like the form if we need it, but it is not something that is required. Categories, they will definitely move inside the inventory. So I'm just going to first off the server here for a second. And then let's move things around. Then the users, if you look at the users settings, so settings have users, so, and then they have roles and permissions. So we had our roles and permissions inside this, but they are outside now. So you have, first of all, the users, they move under settings. Oh yeah, the settings. So let's first create the folder for settings. Okay, so settings. So users go inside the settings. Okay, and then roles, they are outside. So roles and permissions, so you can just like go ahead and move these inside the settings also. So basically, if you look at how the links are moving, we have dashboard. Oh, what are these ones? So inside settings, we can just have we have settings dot access. I don't know if we put that in the permissions, like we have like settings dot access or something like that. Integrate, yeah, settings dot access, nice. uh Actually, this we might not need all these three really, like updated it, and we need the read the way we have the access. So if you just go back here in the sidebar, like if you just look at this location, everything is going to be, I wonder why under settings, for some reason this one is not routing to the settings. So just take a look at the users. They are just like dashboard users. They route. We're just going to change that, because if we put them under, then this one's under users roles. So what we can just like do is we have to make sure that the routes are not confusing. Okay, the routes should not be confusing. So in the settings, we have users alone. Okay, so that's why the users. And then if you just go also under settings, you should see also roles, and that's like roles. So here we'll be having basic dashboard settings. So I would have settings users, this dashboard setting users, and then for the roles and permissions, which just like dashboard user, dashboard settings, and then roles. So just going to leave them as roles, so like so. So that one is good. Then we'll have all other settings like the profile. Do we have already profile? I feel like the profile page was created. We'll be getting those pages, I believe, but we will just add all these things inside here. This, then we have the reports, then you have the inventory, integrations. So change password, you said the change password is actually inside the settings. So just go bring this inside settings like so. And this one will be dashboard settings, dashboard settings, change password, so that it gives us the good routing and we are consistent about it. Then profile, yeah, so you create others. Let's see other pages we have. So far we have the blogs. We don't have where to be in this one so far, okay, because we don't have anywhere blogs in the system so far. Yeah, so if you just want to look at the users, still we just go here under oh wait, okay, let's just like first put the system back to line. npm dev. Okay, so what's the time right now? Oh, okay. So if you just check under right now, if you check under settings and you go to users, so you can see that this should route us to the users and invites. Okay, so you could just say actually users and invites. So we can just like add here where we have users. I'm just going to say users and invites or invitations. Okay, take someone just knows, you can just like go ahead and you can see this is selecting really nicely. I like this. See, settings is highlighted and the users and invites, they are both highlighted so that this is the one. And then roles and permissions, we should also just like have them showing the right pages. Nice. Okay, so full system access, that is good. So what next do we need to work on now that we have the sidebar ready right now? So understanding of the inventory system, we did that. We modified the sidebar links after modifying the other side. So before we design this to include the organization and the quick access menu, which we are going to do, I think we could actually just like do that before we change, because basically what I just want is I want to do database. I want to actually modify the seed file now. Okay, just want to modify the seed file so that it creates for me some of the things. Okay, just like I want this to create for me some of the things. We'll create a seed file. And this is just good for who are going to start. Like, it creates a company, creates a user, and all those things. Add some products and all those. We're just going to create that seed file. Only that, yeah, we can even just like make it makes the user verified, so that you have a good starting point to log in and do whatever you want. But for now, what do I want to do? We'll modify the seed file. So just like go ahead and modify dashboard to include the organization. So if you just like go in here, what we're having on our dashboard basically is we just simply have the organization name here. So looking at the design, looking at this design we have here, we need to also involve the welcome text with maybe the organization, maybe the organization here. So you can see the organization is here, and then the organization is also here. So since this organization name is inclusive, we can have different ways of adding it. So we also need a quick access menu plus the notifications. We're just going to leave them where they are right now. I feel this place is okay with it, rather putting it this side. I feel that is okay. Then another thing here, this drop down, maybe we might just need to customize it a little bit. because for this one just shows only this, and then when you click, that's when you get something like this. But I feel like this one will just give us everything we need. Sorry. I feel like this will give us everything we need. We just only need to add a few things on this side here. So first of all, for this, like okay, so here they don't show the name, and then they show it here. I would just like argue that the name of the organization, we can look for where to add it. Where do we add the organization name and the organization ID? It is not something that we can just like maybe put the organization name here or somewhere. I don't know. Where do we add the organization? We need to have somewhere involved. Also the settings, we can access them from down the drop down. That one is really not a big deal. The settings are this one is going to be here. The only thing that is remaining is to involve in the organization. I'm just going to say that create a very small minimal. So I'm just going to go here. I will start a new chart. Or if you just even design this from, I'm just going to say create for me a minimal welcome banner on the dashboard that has the organization name, organization ID, and the user role, and maybe then the organization ID, the user role, and the username, like I don't know. Okay, say Acme Corporation, organization ID, and then the other side. Okay, so when I look at this, it gives me an idea of adding it this side of this here actually. Yeah, so I think that's brilliant. Let me see if I already have the header. So just go here and say, for instance, not really. So I'm just going to go to the dashboard layout. There is this navbar. So the navbar is the one which is having this sheet is for responsive, and I'm just going to give it a task instead to modify this header instead, I guess. I'm just going to say that the header modify I have a header which already have the user. Can you modify it to add the org as is the organization details? So yes, I want to add the organization details in this. By the way, all this I think apart from this, the schema that we have so far, I'm going to add it here. Some people may say like, I just want to look at the schema. I'm just going to add the schema here. So far, I'm just going to say here h2 schema. Okay, so I'm just going to add the schema here so that if you just want to take a look at it, you can access it. That is the same document we have been using. Okay, so organization banner component. Okay, so now actually those details they are on the session. We don't even need to pass them in this navbar. So if you just go back in the nav, we don't need to bring in, what's this? We don't need to bring in anything like here on this. We don't need to bring in these ones here. We don't. Everything we need is on. So even these the role, I'm not sure, I don't know what did we put down here. I'm seeing a lot of errors. More maybe for the organization, I don't know why it, okay, so here the organization name is going to be user. Okay, I don't know here why you didn't get the user. And just like someone say const user is equal to session dot user, and then down here we can just like access that organizer. So here is the user dot, so we have og name, and then we have og user dot og id. Okay, then the user role, will just figure it out. So for this one, I'm just going to say this, because these ones, they look like they are not there. Then for the user role, I don't think it is given like that. Dot, okay, it has here the roles. So does it mean that this is just like an array? Let's just choose like one like this. I'm not sure. I don't know where we are having. Okay, so even here we have user dot og name, and then here I have the user dot OGID, and then here we have the user role. They're saying that is assignable type React node. So type, the type of whatever we get back here. Oh, okay, so it gives us a ability to access this, and then we can access, for instance, the display name like that. Okay, that's great. That's really great. So I have an idea of how this looks like. Really, I just like so much curious. Oh, okay. I guess that wouldn't be looking bad, but I think we need to put this below here instead of being in one straight line. Okay, so let me just try to get where this is. So I have the organization banner here, which has Flex. I just like Flex core. And then items center. Let me just okay, ID. So let's also remove this gap. I don't know, I feel like then this row, the administrator, do we really need it? something is not yet right very nicely with the design. The header would be a nice place to avoid this redundant thing, and then we would have a clean dashboard without so many things on the way. Then that would also mean like the company, when they put the logo, like we could just like choose to put it here where we have like our inventory pro logo if we wanted. Like we use the company name and then we put here. But if you just like go to Zoho, still they have Zoho inventory, so they keep their brand. That is for sure. The only place they have added the thing is just here. It's just like hanging also, even for them. It is something which doesn't look also like fitting. But we just need to make this to fit. You should just like say this is hub administrator, which makes, I think, sense. Let me see how this flex is organized. So we have this flex, then we have this border. Okay, I'm just like going to bring this user role, cut it, and let me just bring it in here where we have this here like this. Let me see. Okay, so these two have to be in the same div like this. So this is hub administrator. We can also just add a simple flex with maybe a gap of 2 just to add, and then we can simply maybe align. Okay, this sub administrator, and then this is the organization ID. I don't know if in that case, like really the word the ID, the organization ID in that case is helpful in any way. Like, when is it going to be that we need the organization ID to be sincere? So that would be not really necessary at all. So it remains us giving us like this is hub administrator. Then I don't know if you look at it, is that like the special or the best place to show that? But which is okay, I believe. I'm just going to go and remove this this organization ID. Okay, then we have, what do we have? So I just like to maybe to increase this would just like maybe to increase this a little bit, this whole thing, like maybe it's text XL. So if that is even like necessary, then this one will be SM maybe. Okay, so I'm just going to first leave it at that. The logged in person can look. We have the organization and this. I will just simply also remove on the dashboard page. We are having these two things that we have here, like the organization name and organization ID. At that point, we don't need these ones right now, really. Okay, we don't need them. Okay, so now we have dashboard, and here is your performance and everything. So this is why we are going to need some sort of I just like need to do some sort of like seeding to the database. That one is going to give us some data to work with and start like from there. Okay, I just need to create some brands, because when you're just going to be testing, basically you're just going to be doing only one thing and we move on. So what do I need to do right now? We could start with some parts of the inventory, the easy ones, the categories, brands, units. All those ones are really the easy ones. So before we create the API, I will just like first implement them using serve actions, and then afterwards we use that to create or to talk with the API. So what do I need to do? I need to go ahead and say units. So when you create this one, should be inventory units. So basically inside here the inventory, we're just going to go dashboard, inventory, and then in the inventory we're just going to have a lot of things. So I'll just go here, create, for instance, we need the units, and then will be inventory brands, then inventory categories, which we already have, items category, brands, units, and now from that we can create the items. So because our aim is to reach on items today at least, so what I will do is I will go to the there is something about the users, so I will go under settings, users, and I'm just going to simply get all the columns for this, and I will just add them into, for instance, start with the easy one, maybe the units. So on the page we're going to use the models. Okay, we're going to use the models for this. By the way, one thing we failed to add was the organization ID in all those things. We're going to be adding them, sorry, never mind. In this case we don't need the tabs, I believe so. So the only thing we might just need is this model thing, and then the data table. So these ones we need them, so cut this and then just go inside the P8 and then add these two. So the things we need to create is the form. So as you see here, forms, I'm just going to say, for me here, I will just say inventory. So the ones of inventory, all of them are just going to add them here. So let's start with inside here is going to be a dialog, but it needs a few things only. So just going to say create unit, okay, then what was that? Okay, so just say create unit, is add, let's say create new unit, and then we have the input. So this one is set in an email. Even this, basically we need only two inputs, I believe. Okay, we need two inputs. There be no any select, so we need the input title. So this one would be title. So for instance, EG would be kilogram, and then for this we can just create two states. I really hate this, but we might just need to do it as simply as that. I will just like create one and we change it. We might just need to adopt to our form. Yeah, I'm just going to change it to the form. So this is not really hard if you want to change it into a form. So we could wrap either everything here where we have this div, because this is the input and this is form select. If you look at all these, they're inside this div. So you could just like turn this div into a form. It will just simply work. So if we turn it into a form, the difference is that we don't need this. We now use our dedicated inputs. Okay, so you can just go in any of the forms. Let's go, for instance, here we are under forms. So you can just like go under any of these forms, like a category form, and let's get the structure how this is going to be. So basically you need to have this, the use form. Okay, I'm just going to go into this. By the way, we have to change this form, rename this to unit form. So even here I'm just going to change this to unit form. Okay, we might just not need these ones anymore. So now we need to do some props. Okay, import this from React hook form, and now let's do some types. So at this point you can just say type unit form props, and then you just know that we need the name, which is a string, and then we need a symbol, which is going to be a string, and so you're just going to need the organization ID, which is going to be a string. We will just add this in the DB. The symbol, I'm not sure if that is the spelling for sure, but then we bring this unit form props, we add them here, unit form props. So this will help us even on this. We're just going to say, for instance, submit, or for instance we could just say on submit. I could just say even just going to call it save unit, and then here's just going to be data, which is going to be of unit form props. Okay, so now we just go back to the form. So instead of just using this within the form plus even this one, we could adopt the grid. I don't know how this one is going to work, but we can just say text text input. Let's just go to like category form, and we can just like carry a text. Actually, like this with I think this one will work. So we just go ahead and get this text input, and would preferably use grid. I'm just going to use grid, and yes, I put this. Okay, so this one is going to be unit title. I'm not sure if yesterday we named this name or title. So if we do this, so far we have 9 errors. That is like really a lot of errors. So we can remove this. Okay, what else? We have a lot of errors up here. So the default values with the initial data that comes in and everything. Let's first remove this. So far we have 5. This one we can just like go to the form here, and we just say on submit. You take in handle submit, which you take in save unit. So this one sends the data to the save unit, and duplicate identifier. Where do we have data again? It is saying that we have a duplicate identifier, meaning that somewhere we have data somewhere. So I'm just going to say if no email set error. So right now we don't have this, or I think just like saying this one. So for the data we want to add in, for instance, the org name, we just actually just need only the organization ID. So I would just get this, and I could just simply add it in the data dot org ID is equal to org ID. And for now, let's comment out all this. We haven't implemented any of this. Okay, so it doesn't look like we have any errors. Let's go to, okay, we haven't even created that. So we go to dashboard inventory units, and then here just going to say unit form. So unit form like this. It doesn't need taking rows, but you just like first see how this looks. If I click on the unit, so it should take us like inventory units. Okay, so it's showing this, but here is having create unit. As you can see here, we just change the icon, but if I just create, you see that it actually has the unit title like this. Nice. This one is going to be model, which is going to be units. Add unit. This one doesn't need to have, because we're having this model like this. There is no need of routing actually to anywhere. This is the model header. So if I just put a hash here or empty, so then the model is going to be unit. Data, let's first leave everything the way it is. We change it in a sec. Okay, so basically I just want to go to this where we have to create unit. This one is down here, create unit with this icon. So for the unit, we can change the icon. I'm just going to say layout, grid. Okay. So then what we need else apart from this, I'm just going to remove this select. I need another text input for the unit symbol. So just see a unit symbol, and this is going to be symbol, just like this. I'm not sure of the symbol spelling. So here we just search for unit. So this is the spelling of symbol. So I'm just also going to add the organization ID since we're here. Let me just first comment this. We'll just add the organization ID in a second. In the unit form, so we have label, unit symbol. So the symbol is, that's actually the actual spelling. So create unit, so unit title and the unit symbol, just like this, really nice. And then we can not invite, but you need to say, so create unit. So here just going to be create unit, and then this should be like, maybe check, like should be something that, yeah, that one is good. So we don't need to, we're just going to be using pop-ups for these short forms. You don't need to go to a page to do that. So it'll be, for people who are not allowed, we'll just be hiding this create using that permission to hide this button. But otherwise, we are good. Okay, so sorry, let's just continue and work on units. So basically the first thing we do is, I'm just going to go to the schema, and I will just have to add the organization. So one thing we can just like do is copy this organization like this, and we have to add it even in the categories, and also add it in the unit. Now if we go back to the organization, okay, where we have like users here, just going to have a lot like units, here unit, and then here we'll have like categories, and then here's going to be category, just like this. Same as if you wanted, depending on how you're going to fetch the products or the items, if you're going to fetch them under categories, then you would leave them, but we might just like need also to fetch them alone. So just come here to items, and then this is going to be item. So if you just go to the item, you just need to add in the organization, just like that. What other things? Location. So we have the tax rate, we have the brand, then we have the location. Okay, and then if you go back to the organization, we still have a lot of things like locations, which is location, and then you can also get, we have locations, we can get the brands, then we have, what do we have? Let me see. we have the suppliers. Let me first also paste it here. Just go here and we can make this on suppliers. Okay, then we have one more. We have serial numbers. Serial numbers, I think this one's okay. I'm not sure which one is having an error. Okay, we have tax rates. So just go here for tax rates or taxes. And this is going to be tax rate. Okay. So let's go ahead and stop the terminal and run this command. Okay. So I'm just going to create some here, which is going to be units.ts. And you can just get everything in here. Let me add it in the units. So let's continue. I'm just going to go to units here, and I'm just going to create unit. So just go ahead and create units, and then we can have the sort of the unit props. Okay, we already have unit form props. I think we should use that. Let me first remove these ones. So we could just use unit form props, unit form. So they were not exported. We can just go to the unit form, and then where we have the unit form props, we can just say get export this, and then we can export. Now we can just say go here and get unit form props. Okay, so if you look at the schema for unit, so we have the name and the symbol, and then organization ID. So that are the three things we need. Go back here. We just need this. We don't need the slug just simply say try. And then I'm just going to say console.log error, and then here just going to be db.unit, and then we pass in data. If you look at the intros, you have name, symbol, OGID. I'm not sure why. I'm just going to say new unit. I'm not sure why we have an error, because the unit has name, symbol, and OGID. Let me copy them. Okay, so just going to be data.ogid. Symbol will be data.symbol. And then this would be data.name. Divided dashboard units, and then this one is going to be near unit. So you can just remove all others. Okay, so just going to call this one. Okay, so we have created the serve action for create unit. Okay, I know this is like this the data.symbol. Like, if there's one thing that is showing me is the spelling of symbol. Dashboard, this is going to be inventory. Inventory, then units. What do we have on this? Oh, this is how we wrote symbol. So this is supposed to be the correct spelling of symbol. But even this one looks like it has issues. Okay, so I think this is the correct spelling of symbol. And the one thing you have to make sure that what we registered here was the correct spelling. So we have the name, and then we have the symbol. Okay, so I believe we can try this out. Let's first wait a second. So we can just go to save. save unit. So you get the data, add the organization ID. Now right now we can manage to do this. Okay, so we can call here this of create unit. Okay, create unit, and then we pass in this data. I don't know where is this create unit, which has unit from props. Okay, so creating has no problem. The response has no status, so we can always make sure that whatever you return here, you return a status of 200 and data of new unit, and then here we can return status of like 500 and data of nar. Okay, so going back to the unit form, then we need to have also the error part, so we can just go down here and we say, for instance, error is going to be nar, and then here error is going to be something went wrong. Okay, so going back again to the form, so you can see everything is cool. If they so we're just going to change first of all our toast, so we make sure that this toast, we make sure that this toast is coming from sooner. So let me first remove this. Let's make sure that this toast is from sooner. So now if we go here in the success, we can just say unit created successfully, and then we can redirect. Okay, so we don't need to redirect since this is here. We don't need to redirect at all. So let's just go ahead and try this. I'm just going to first refresh. We need to return back the search. I will fix this in a second. Okay, let's just make sure everything. We will also just like also make sure that these here. So if you create unit, let's create like kilogram, and this is kg. Let's create. Okay, unit created successfully. You can just like go ahead and add another one. So just like go ahead and fetch these units. Okay, so if we just go here, we need again to fetch. So you can just like have export function get organization units. Just we need org id, which is going to be a string, and then we can just go here db.unit.find many, and then we going to pass where, and we're just going to say where, and then we pass in the organization id, and this is direct. We can just actually pass it in like that, and these will be units, and then we don't need the validate path at that point, and we can also we could just like also just put success like this, or we could just return units. Okay, and then here we can just return like empty array, just like that. Okay, so we can just quickly go to, we get the units in the columns. Okay, so one thing that we need to avoid, I believe, is using the types from because if you just get used to using here and you say, for instance, unit, and you get this from Prisma client, this would be good. The problem is if you use an API like from elsewhere, this becomes really problematic. Like you find it will give you hard time to write all the types. So I think it is just really good to start getting used to writing sort of the types that are coming back and all that kind of stuff. We need to get used to do that. So I'm just going to go to the types. So we can just start like writing some few types here and there. So you can just say, for instance, export interface of unit. Okay, maybe you could just say unit response or DTO, whichever you want. So it returns back the ID, the name, then this is going around. Then it has a symbol, and then it has these two, they created ad. So we don't need to see anything to do with items, simply just leave it like that. So we just go ahead and use this in the columns. Okay, so we can just do this. Okay, so we have here this the unit. So we can just go ahead and leave the name. We can leave, there is no role, so we can just like basically go and put the name, and then similarly the symbol. So I'm just going to duplicate this, and let's put here the symbol, and the title is going to be symbol, like that. And then we don't need the email, we don't need the phone. Basically we have only those two. Then for the actions, I'm just going to pass in this one is a unit. Okay, then this is going to be unit.id. Model is going to be unit. Now we will not have the edit, we use the same thing, we just don't need to put this. So if you just go in the action, since we have this, I'm just going to change this saving to unit, since we don't have savings here. And we try the delete. Okay, and even this toast, let's first work on this toast. Make sure that this toast comes from sooner. I'm sorry, I keep on receiving some phone calls, but it's inevitable. So I'm just going to go ahead and change this to come from sooner, just like this. And now we can have toast.success. Actually, to remain is the same. I was saying that for this one, I'm just going to go ahead and see if I can remove that. So I'm just going to copy this, delete. Let's take it under units, where we can delete a unit. So here is going to be delete unit, takes in the ID, and this is going to be unit.delete. Okay, so we are deleting this. Okay, so this, I'm just going to go ahead and write revalidate path. This is going to be dashboard unit, dashboard inventory units. Okay, so I'm just going to go back to the columns, to the action column actually here. So I'm just going to first actually remove the reload part, and then we see if this works. So still, as we are still here, we have the error, probably here, the sooner, the spelling. So otherwise I think we should be good to go. Is there any other error? Let's hope we are good. So oh wait, we are putting actually a wrong one. So this is going to be delete unit. So let's go to delete unit. So if you just look here, it has okay, true. So you can just, like, if you wanted, you could drop this toast inside here, and then we remove this. We're so just going to do the same to the user. Okay, so it returns also the same thing, okay, true. So we could revalidate. So revalidate path, and then you pass in like dashboard settings, and then users. Yeah, so that's the endpoint. So going back to here, I think we are good to go. Okay, nice. You can just remove the savings, and let's go and fix now whatever is in the page. So you can just remove the invites. We simply need the organization, and I'm just going to say here units, and we just say get organization units. Put in this, and then that's the only thing we need. We don't need the roles, so here we're just going to put units. Then here just going to put units, and then for the unit form we don't need this. We can just go here and make sure we don't have the rows. You can also remove the rows here, so we don't need basic ID rows, and even the organization name is not required. We're not using it anywhere. So similarly, we can just go ahead and remove this from here. You can remove the organization name. Okay, so then on this, it is still TypeScript is still loading. TypeScript is still loading. Let's remove this table. Let's remove the tabs. Let's remove the invitation form. Let's remove all these to do with that. Okay, so I think we have cleaned up nicely. So if you go back here, okay, we are saying roles undefined. Okay, they're saying roles undefined. This must be in the form. Where do we have the roles? Okay, where we have this selected role. We don't even need any router. We don't need error. Okay. So this yeah, let's just see. Okay, so you can see here kilogram. So we can add another one, centimeter, and then we add cm, and we just like put them in small letters. Create unit, unit created. So this should just like be added here. Okay, what is amazing is that here it is saying 2 even when it here is not showing. I don't know why that is. So let's first delete unit deleted successfully. For some reason this should just say cross, and it did not also like dashboard inventory units. It is not reflecting in the table. You don't know, we might just go back to that of refreshing. because the delivery date is working weird. It is just like not really showing. It's not showing that. We might though. I think in the future we might just like improve this. We use React query. I don't know, like in the next episode after implementing this, I might just decide to change everything to use React query, to give like we have like more control over this. Okay. But the delete is working very nicely. So I want to quickly just do all others. So we have categories. So you have done units. We have the brands. We have the categories and items. I'm not sure if we do all those ones. I feel like I'm tired, but they need to be done within this video to really simplify, to make sure that life goes on really easily. Otherwise it will take us really much time. So let's go back to this side. So we have done units. We can do, before we do categories, we can do brands. So there is nothing in brands. I'm just going to copy these 3 files. I will just go ahead and paste them in brands. So we can start by going here and let's create. So this is going to be brands. Add brand, and then here's going to be brand. So I'm just going to go to this unit form. We'll create another one which is going to be the brand form. And if you just look in the schema for the brand, just down here, so in the brand, unlike here we just have a slug, so we have the name only and the organization, so that becomes really easy. Let's go for that. It only have the name and the slug. So in the brand form here, is going to be easy. I don't know why we need this invite data. So here just going to come and say slug. So the only thing we just need also is the name slug, and that's it. So let's change this one to brand form props. In the future, they are going to be when we start using, we'll unify these after starting to use React query. I'm very so much positive to use React query. So here I'm just going to generate the slug. So you can just say data.slug is going to be equal to generate slug. I think we have a function generate slug, and that one takes in data.name. So down here we only need only one thing, so you're just going to say create brand, then down here create new brand, and the only thing that is required from here is now the name, which is going to be brand name, and just remove this. Okay, so this is going to be create brand. Okay, so if you just look at that, the only thing we just want did we bring in generate slug? Why? Oh, is equal to. Now we have to go to where we have this unit. Simply duplicate this file. Let's just say brands, and then we'll just go ahead, remove these types we have here on top. So we'll have create brand, and this is just going to use brand form props, and this is going to be new brand. So here new brand db.brand, and then here we just only add the slug. So you could just quickly add if this already exists. So you can just say const existing brand is await db.brand dot. You could just like find unique or find first where id, no, where the slug. So in this case it's going to be the slug, where slug is data dot slug, and if existing, so if existing brand, if existing brand, then we need to first of all to return status of like 407 or something, 409 conflict, and then we data will be obviously null, and then error is going to be this brand already exists. So here already exists. Okay, so then we can just say continue here, new brand create, and then we have the name, we have the slug data.slug, and then here we validate pass inventory brands, and then here is going to be new brand. Okay, so this looks good. Let's fetch get organization brands, and this is going to be brands, and await db.brand, and here we return the brands. Here we return, so delete brand is going to be await, here's going to be brand, revalidate brands, and that's it. So let's just go to the brand form, make sure here we just add create brand. Okay, so it will accept the data, and then we have status, everything. So here's going to be brand created, and then okay, so that's good. So if we just go back, we just say brand form. So if you go back, the inventory brand is here. So here we just going to say brand form, and then here just going to say brands get organization brands, and okay, so here's going to be brands, and even here's going to be brands. So in the next episode, as I've said, I just going to change this. We use I haven't built a very big application where we use React query to improve the performance, and we're just going to do it on this one. So let's go ahead and write some types here. Even this one, we don't have the image column, so we have the name. So instead of this unit DTO, we're just going to write the brand. Brand here. Okay, and then name. So this is going to be Slack. Other things are the same. Name and then the Slack. So let's go back to here. We just have the brand DTO, and then you have the name. Here is going to be Slack, and then what else? So here is going to be the brand. So here just going to be brand, and then here is going to be also brand. So just go to the action column. So we can now add one more model. So I'm just going to say here, say errors, paste it here. So here is going to be brand. So here's going to be delete brand. Okay, I'm just going to leave the window.reload and test success. Now this brand, we can just convert this to it's supposed to be converted. I don't know if it's just like supposed to be inside, but we could just say to not uppercase. They just leave it the way it is. Okay, so we have all the fetch and all this. We just click on brands. Okay, so brands, there is no any brand. Let's just add Apple. Okay. Okay, brand created. So I think I'm just going to sort of add a reload here, because you can see it reflects because on this page, but then I don't know why it is not transmitted to this. That's the one problem that we request the React query to help us to make sure that we have things which are so much reactive. So for now, to solve that problem, we can fix it from the brand form, actually by copying this very thing. So window.reload. So even can just like put these inside, just like this. I'm just going to go to the brand form, and after this you can just like do a window.reload. I just like do another one. Okay, another thing, we should just always reset. So here just call the reset. We can also do these two things to unit. Okay, so where you have this here, So let's just go ahead and create Microsoft. Create. Okay, so now it is brand created. This goes ahead and refreshes the page. So now you can see we have Apple and Microsoft. Let's go ahead and delete. So after deleting the brand, you see it goes ahead and refreshes. So let's go ahead to next, which is going to be categories. Just want to really do faster. So I'm just going to have the categories. Now we had the category form previously, but just going to also switch it to have something similar. So if you just go here, you will see that we already have categories inside here. It has this new. We'll take it off. We're just going to use a model this time. So I'm just going to get here, get categories. So you see it is using table header. We have a new form of header. So we can just go to any of these ones. We get the this model table header, which can actually accept taking the. So within this one, you can actually have. Let's go ahead and import this. Okay, so just going to say that it is going to be categories, add category, and then okay, categories, and then they're just going to have category. So this is where you're going to create the form. So you can just click on the unit form. So let's go, we'll go to any of these forms. I'm just going to say I will just rename this, and I will say category form. Now we already have category form outside here in the forms, but we can just say model so that it is different. I'm just going to also rename this to category form model, just like that. It will also take in organization ID. So save. I'm just going to leave that one. Create. Just going to be create category. Okay, and then here create new category. And I'm doing this, I want at the end of the day we create a seed file for them. So I'm just going to say create new category. Okay. Let's see what does in the schema, what does the category require of us to have. Brand, we have even a tax rate. So we can just click in this. I'm not sure where can I click. I thought the item has category. Where is the category? Okay, the category is here. So category has title opposed to the name, and then has slag. So for this case, you're not going to add the image and the description. Maybe you could just add title and description. Only those two ones. We're just going to leave out the image, and then the organization ID. That's what is required. and we can also just like mark that. So here we're just going to have category title. So even this one changes to title, and if you change that, then you have to go to this, change this here. So this is going to be category form props, which is going to be here title, and then a slug. So category, and then even here category, and then the slug is going to be from the title. Then this, then we will have to add description. So below here where we have this, we can just go to the old, so from the old form, what is the old category form? There is a category form here. I'm just going to go ahead and get this text area. Okay, text area. So let's come back here. Okay, can I just like research, get the category form model? So down here I'm just going to add the text area. Okay, so text area, as you can see, has the description. That means like you need to add this description into here, description as a string. Okay, and since it is optional, I was looking to also to put like something like to do with say this, for instance, that this is optional, and therefore if I come and you don't add it, so if I just go text area, we should just pass in like somewhere, like can we just like put in like by default we could just like maybe pass in like optional, and then this can be a boolean, so just a boolean. So maybe by default sorry, so here optional, by default we're just going to give it to false. Okay, so that's why we put in this is required. So instead of saying true, we can just say optional. So optional is, say if it says is required, is optional. So optional if it is true, like by default is so maybe instead of just passing in optional, we could pass in is required. Is required. Is required, and then here is required by default will be true, and now instead of passing here, we pass in is required. That means like also these errors we could just say if there is error, and maybe we just also add and is required, then that would make sense. I think if something is not required, we don't need to show error, I guess. and this one has to be optional because wherever we're using it. So just like make this optional. Okay, so I'm making it optional. Let's go back the brand form, and this should just like be done also on the text input. Let's just go to the text input, so you can see it has already is required, and this is exactly how we are using it. Here is required, and then even if the error is left, I guess. Okay, let's go back to the category form model here. So we can't just come to the text area and we say is required, and then we pass in that this is false. Okay, so you can just like pass in like this, that this is required is false. So if you don't put it, it doesn't make any problem. So create a category. Okay, so what it is, new category. Let's see. So the only thing we just need is this. So go back. So we already have categories here, which is good. So create category. There is this category from category props. Let me see where they are located. They are in the types. So these right now we could actually use them. They have no problem. Like these form props. From the category model, we have these category form props. They should have also the image URL, which is false. So this is not required, and it's also a string. And for purposes, actually, we can just like give it a default. Okay, we could just like give it a default image. How can we give it a default image? I already have some images ready here, so let's see how we can give it a default image. Do I have like a placeholder in here? So I have images, and then I could have all these. Okay, so you have like a placeholder image. You can see it here, so just going to use this placeholder. So we can just say data. So here where we have data.image image URL is going to equal to this. So we just like put the place holder.png. Is that a PNG or an SVG? Can just say confirm it is placeholder.png, so that will work. So then we have data dot. You make sure this placeholder is really small. So we have data dot this. Then we just going to say create category. So this data is going to be so here we just say category from props. So data.slug, it checks the existing one, and if we just going to return status, so we just need to return status of 409, and then we just need to return also the data to be null, or you could just return the existing one. And then here you just say error category already exists. Okay, so then we create the new category, river date, dashboard, inventory, categories. Okay, so then we return back here the same thing, status of 200, data of new category, and then error of either empty string or of null. Similarly, down here, instead of returning null, let's return status of 200, and then error saying that something went wrong, and then here we have the data part, which is going to be null for now. Okay, so that's great. In fact, let's just get here, get organization categories, is passing the org ID, which is going to be a string, and then categories is going to be find many, order by, created at, and then we pass in where, and then you're just going to see org ID, and then we return categories. This one is okay, just like this. The another one, update, we can first leave that one, get category by ID, and then delete category is what I need. Okay, true, that one is okay. So from here we have a few errors on create bulk. So this one just going to go ahead and comment it out. Okay, so going back to category for model. So here is going to be create category, get everything like this, and this is going to be category created successfully. So I think everything here is okay. So we still have, like, I think, okay, so this category form now we might not need it at all, more especially this error is coming from this create and if editing. So I'm just going to go ahead and first actually remove everything in here, or comment them, all of them all together. Okay, so going back to the dashboard here in the categories, let's go ahead and say category form model, and this takes in the org ID. Here categories, so here we just need to make sure that this takes in the organization ID. Okay, I don't know why I can't find org ID. That is true, so you can just say go to any of these. We don't need like org name in this one, so you can just say go ahead and get the user and the organization. So go back to categories page, and we're just going to find these ones on top, get user here. So what we can do also, categories here is going to be get org categories, and we have to pass in the org ID. Okay, so what is okay, we still have one error. I think this comes from this import here. We can also just remove this. Okay, so even these category props that are coming from Prisma, you don't need them. So passing to the to this, I just want to go to the columns and let's look at the columns that we have. The only thing that this category here, we just need to create another other props that are going to represent this. So I will go to types. Okay, yes, I go to types very fast. So where we have these data transfer objects, I will just go ahead and create this another one, which is category DTO, and we have inside all these things cat. Okay, so you just need to replace these ones. Okay, so we have title and all these others which are like string or null, and the organization ID. So you might just like need to get the ones you want. For now, let me just go back to the columns and just go and say category DTO, and you will just see why we don't need to depend on these Prisma. As we said, if you're using the API, the types are going to disappear in between the API, so you need to have your own types, which will just greatly help you so much. So here we just have the title, image, then we have the created art. I think it's like pretty much it. Like the only thing I just want to change is this. Okay, I'm just going to make this one to remain like that. The only thing we can just like work on is the delete. So before that, let's check here. This is category. So if we just go here, we can check if we have the category. So we can just like come back here and we add category, and this is going to be delete category. Okay, so that's good. Let's go back to this. Okay, so I don't know what is going on here. Create by categories from dashboard tables, model table header. So if we just go to model table header, here we have issues of finding create by categories. So create by categories was this is used when you're just like doing the import here. So I just like comment it out. I think this should also do the same in the table header. So just like in the table, the normal table header should have some issues. So the same issue, just go here, comment this, and we can also comment out this. Okay, nice. Let's go to categories. Okay, so let's just go ahead and create category. So I'm just going to say electronics, and then so if we just like try to create without the description, so if I create, you can see that this goes ahead and actually creates, and you can see the electronics is here. And if I just also put this, I'm just going to say this TVs, these are televisions. So if I just say create now, So you can see still this creates the TVs, and the images are also there. Now we can test also the delete. So click here, category deleted, and done. Okay, so we at least have this. So before we proceed, let's fix this. Here instead, we need to have the actual thing here working on this. So this is going to be fixed in the data table. I'm not sure if there is any table that is currently having it, but just going to check in the data table. Here. So that was done. Where we have these date filters. So if you check the date filters we have right now, we have them by month, and that's it. And then like you select by month. So what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to go ahead and bring in this to use the date filter range. Okay, so I will just like simply open the starter kit, and I just want to check on this this part here. Let me just go on. I'm just going to go to GitHub. We just go to repositories. We just like find simple auth, and we just look for components. So you could start with the data table here, data table columns, data table components, which we have the data table. So if you just look at what we have on top here, you see that we have, there is date filters and we have date range filter. Okay, so I will start first like adding this the date range filter. So if you just first go to the table back, so you see that we have this call span. Okay, so what I'm just going to do is I will first copy this exactly the way it is. So here we kind of changed this a little bit, this thing of y4. So we have grid and then the table. So before the table, we have, I think this is this grid. Yes. So in between this, there is this first one, the search. Okay, so after this y4, we can see that we have these two divs. So I'm just going to bring in those ones. Where do I start from? Okay, so basically what I can do is copy everything, copy this, return up to here. Okay, and then you could also just replace with this return. Okay, so return, remove this. So right now we have the search bar, date filters, and all this. So the only thing we just want to change is still the date filters. If you just go there, they are having this. So let's go ahead and look at the date. The date filter, I'm just going, so first of all, I'm just going to maybe paste in what I copied here. People might be wondering here, so I'm just going to first go back to the to this. So this has a lot of things up here. You might not need to copy all these ones, okay, but I can just say copy this only, copy this, and let's take this one to here to share with you this code snippet. So I'm just going to say h2 here of data table. I'm just going to say code and just adding this part that I've just added. So moving on is going to this to the date filter. Just going to copy everything and bring it to the date filters to remove this one which is doing by month to the one which is specific to a particular day, just like this. So everything will just keep working because we're using React these tailwind things. They should just be working. So I can also just give you this. Let's first check if it is working before we share it. If you just go back, so you can see now it have this. You can check by this year, last month, and you can also do these days, like you select the range of dates you want to see that. And this will just go on all of them, so that would be great. So another thing you're just going to do is, so yes, now I can just give you the date filters. So if you just go here, I will just say h2 date filters. I'm just going to say code, just like this. Okay, nice. I'm just going to go ahead and continue. We are remaining with a few things, by the way. So we have done brands, units, categories. So they at this point we need to do tax rates because you cannot do without. I think we could just do, I don't know if the tax, if you just go to the schema in the item. Okay, if you just go to the item, I just want to know if the tax rate, you can see tax rate, then the tax float is supposed to be, here I'm just going to say not required. I'm just going to give this a default of 0. Okay, the tax, this doesn't have to be required really. I'm just going to, I don't need to be entitled to create that if I don't want the tax rate. Really is not a big thing, but we'll just create it for this purpose, the tax rate. We just go here and I will just say let's first leave it. We focus on finishing it instead. So this is under settings. Really, does the, where is the tax rate? Did we add it anywhere in these cells? I don't think we added it anywhere. So the tax, I'm not sure if the tax should be, it's supposed to be under settings. I think it was added later after we have already created this. If you check in the sidebar, okay, if you check in the sidebar, what is the sidebar? Config. So if you check in the sidebar config, you just look at that under settings, we have the tax rates. with tax.read. Okay, so the brand, the what we created doesn't have that. The user who is currently in does not have this thing, cannot even try to access it. Even if we created, let's try. By the way, the sidebar, the old one, I'm just getting rid of it. So even if we try to put under settings, settings are here. So if you try to add the tax, I'm just going to put here a new folder for tax rates. Okay, so I'm just going to go to settings. So these are inventory settings. I don't know, I said new folder, tax rates. You can't just copy everything like in the, it's going to be like the brand. I think it's going to be like a unit. It has the title and the rate. Let me just get the one in the unit, so you can just get the unit. So just get the units and let's go and paste these ones inside settings, then tax rate, just like that. Okay. So user, the only thing we just want to work on is this. So just come here to the unit form. You can just say tax rate form. Okay. Tax rate form. Okay, so we can just say create here this, the tax form props. So it has the name and the rate. If you check to confirm, in the tax rate, it has a name and the rate. Those two things, the name and the rate. Now the rate is going to be converted later on. So this one has to be like a number. Okay, so now we can just go here and we use tax form props. Okay, so here we're just going to say data dot rate is going to be equal to number of data dot rate. So the only one thing you just need to add, this is going to be create tax rate, create new tax, and then down here just going to have tax. This is the name actually, and then this is going to be the rate. So, and this is going to be also rate, and we could just say I just like leave it like that as a text, and this is create tax. I'll just say create tax. And up here, so we get convert this. Let's go to units, get this, rename this to tax, and we don't need this to create tax, and we can just bring in tax form props, and then this is going to be new tax unit. This is going to be tax rate. So here we just going to pass in the rate, which will be data dot rate. Okay, then down here this is going to be new tax. Everything is okay. Get organization taxes, and then these are going to be taxes. Even here is going to be tax rate, then here is going to be taxes, then delete tax. This is going to be also tax rate. Revert date is going to be settings, tax, the tax rates. Okay, so having done that, we can just go back to the tax rate form, and this is going to be create tax. The response, this is going to be tax created. Okay, so that's much better. We can create taxes, we can create let's just go ahead and work on that. So page, so this is going to be tax rates, add tax, and these going to be taxes. So we can just get the taxes. Okay, and it's going to be get organization taxes, okay, and then here just going to pass in the taxes. Okay, so then we need to go to the columns. This one doesn't have the image column. Okay, so what we need is to go here and we define the tax. ID, it has a name, and then it has a rate, which is a number. It might have other things, but that is enough for now. So here we're just going to say tax DTO, and then it has a name, so we're just going to say the rate. Sorry, this is going to have to be small, rate, and then this is going to be rate. What is going to be tax? Even this is going to be tax tax. Okay, so that looks much better. Name, then rate, that looks really better. So let's go back to this. Now what makes not see this page is going to be this. So for instance, if we try to access even when it is not here, we can just go to settings. So let's go to settings, tax rates. So if we just go there, we'll see them. So you can see we can look at the tax rates. Yet saying still create unit. Let's go here and say add. This is add the tax. Model is going to be tax. Then let's go to this. The model form is going to be the tax rate form. Okay, tax rate form. So if we just go back, this should change. So it is now create tax or tax rate. Just create, and I just say, for instance, this is value added tax. Value added tax, and maybe like 10%. So you just like add we could just go to this, and we could add that this is in percent. By the way, you could even just like add a quick. So you could just come and just do this, and we just add percent. Other thing we could just say is we could just say unit, and I think you can pass percent. You can also add a tooltip, and you say this value must be in percentage. Okay, let's look at how this changes. Look at that. So now you have this rate in percent here, and then it has even a tooltip. This value must be in percent, and you can see it has a unit tell you that whatever you are going to put here will be in percent. So you select 20%, which is great. So here rate, you just have the 10. So this is now working also properly. So I was saying this, we are able to see this because if you wanted to control that, we can use, because this is a granular setting, each row or each page has this, so you can control it using this. You can see each individual has this small layout. So for instance, if we say right now tax.read, just only that, and then let's refresh. So you see we just go and unauthorize it. Okay, like we are not allowed to view this. I can just go to the dashboard. Okay, now we are not able to do that, but since we have added one tax, that is great. But we can just like get or protect the pages in that way. Like all these pages, we're just going to protect them like that. So if you just go to the ones, for instance, the ones you created here in the inventory, so in the layout, this is going to be brand, for instance, brand.read. Then this Okay, so the categories doesn't have layout. You can just like simply copy from this and then like add this. So this is going to be is this a category? Then just like check the permissions. So under the inventory, it is categories dot read items brand. So this is in plural, by the way. So this is categories, and they like in the brands. This should be brands. Similarly to units. So you just go here, you say units dot read, and that just like simply protects them by just doing that. Can you imagine just like that? You have this. Okay, so that's great. Now we're just going to create the creating the item. We just need to create the item. Let's look at the time. Okay, so it is already about to get the to 5 hours, our usual time. But what we can just like do, we can just like prepare at least this here. Now, if you look at the data that is most important to the item, really, if you think about it, the required things here, we could first create an item and then we go to the detailed page where you can add in more items. Instead of just like having to fill all the things, we can have like essentials. If someone wanted to quickly create the product, we could have like the essentials, because if you look at better like the images, do we just like the item, just go to the schema. Something I didn't pay attention was the images. So like we don't even have the images. That's so bad. Let's add them here. Just going to duplicate this. So you can just like have image URLs. Okay, image URLs, and this is going to be a string array, just like this. Now we could just also just add a thumbnail. Okay, like we could just like have a thumbnail. So we're just going to just add also the thumbnail. For it is going to be just a string, okay, but not required also. So what I just want to do is to create the product with the things which are really required. For instance, as you can see here, the product can be created with a name, SKU, and then you don't even need a barcode. Even the description, you don't need it. You don't need dimensions. So we can create it with minimal things, and then we go to the product edit page, which we'll concentrate on to add in more things. Okay, like to really optimize. And we might also divide all these things in different to optimize the creation, like really not feel like something which is, you know. So in is active, it starts when it is true, is tracked, is false, created at. So if I look at this, I see the only thing we need the cost price, selling price. So I will extract those ones which are only required are the ones we are just going to first insert the product with, and then all others are going to be just like a preliminary later on. Okay, so let me just work on the product. So I'm just going to say unit. So up here, start with app, and then we just go to brands. So I'm just going to duplicate one of these. It doesn't matter really. I'm just going to duplicate the categories. We just rename this to items. Okay, so every time you just do that, stop the server, and then I can start again. Okay, so I'm just going to right now we have brands, we have the items. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and create this page. So by the way, before I forget, for the categories, where is it? Inventory. Oh, did we create the items outside? The items are supposed to be outside. It's supposed to be inside the inventory here. So inside the categories, we don't need this update page. We might need the update page. Like if we want to add like a category image, just like leave it. And I believe it must be having like some errors. Okay, it looks good. Well, we just like come for it later in some other part. For now, let me just concentrate on this right now. So I will just also use this model. So these are going to be items, add item. Okay, add item. So these, let's start with this category model. So I'm just going to say here item form, or item actually, item model form. Just like that, item model form. And I'm just going to go here, just do the same, item form model. I just like I interchanged this. Oh, not that. Just right click and just say item form model. Okay, the most important thing are the props. Okay, so let me just go ahead to the schema and bring the required props. So starting from down, of course, we need things like these two, the cost price and the selling price. Okay, so this, I can just say use alt and then like do this. So then there is a min stack level which has default of 0. Yeah, and then we also have all these other things which are not required. Org is already there. So all these other things are not required, so we can just like move to SKU and the name. So these are the ones which are required. So going back to the item, I don't know, like how does it not have slug? So just going to sort of leave the slug there. So these are the ones. I'm just going to do like this. Let's first go back a little bit. We need to add a slug on this because if we use it on the e-commerce, we need this. So add unique. and let's also go ahead and push this. Okay, going back to the item form model, so the name, so instead of the title we are using the name. Then we have slug, OG, ID, SKU, which is a string, then cost price, which is a number, and then this selling price, which is also a number. Okay, so this is going to be the item from props, and then down here just going to bring in this. Okay, and we can just like also give it for now the thumbnail, which is going to be a string, not required, so that we can just give it quickly give it a default. So here where we have data.slug, this is going to be name, and this is going to be the thumbnail. Then other data is going to be there. So we might just need to customize the form to have all these things actually up to this here. So we need the name. I'm just going to come so close to the form. So create new item. Okay, and if you just like look at this, so the name is there, and the slug and the org. So you just need three things: the SKU, cost price, so cost and selling price, I'll put them in the same div, and then the SKU, I'm just going to do this. Okay, so what I need is this. I'm just going to name it item name, then this is item SKU, and even this is going to be SKU. So we're just going to modify this thing, by the way, a little bit, and then I'm just going to remove this one. Then I will just put a grid, the gap of maybe 4 dot grid cores, let's say 2. So maybe this is going to be on MD, and then okay, so inside here I can just like get 2 things here. Okay, so you need to have the selling price, price, which is going to be selling price, and then you have cost price, price, and this is cost price. You can just like leave, you can just look at them here, cost price, selling price, like that. Okay, so I'd want to create another input after this one. I think this should look much better right now, but I just wanted to create another to modify this text input, like to have a generate button. Okay, to have a generate button on this text input. So that, oh, there is a question that any constraint covering columns slug on item will be added if the existing duplicate values. Okay, just say yes. Okay, I did not see that. So what I just want to do basically, I don't know, should we do it in the next video? I don't know. I wanted this to have a generate button. I think we're just going to add it in the to-do list for the next episode. Like where right now, if you look at how this looks like, by the way, let's just like preview this. If you look at how this one looks like, item, page, column, what is it, page? Let's just like change this to item form model, like that. Add item. So if you just like go to here and just go to items, okay, let's go to items. Oh, so actually we started the system, so that's why it is slowing down. Okay, so you say create, so you can see it has this. So I would want this one, this here, to have a generate. Like I think we could just like add it with here, for instance, generate, and then when you click generate, it just automatically generates for you the SKU. Okay, you say generate, then generates and puts in the value within this space here, and then you are able to create. Let's first go ahead and customize it more. Excuse me. I just want to go to this here. Let's first focus on just I think on creating it. Item SKU, item SKU. So down here is going to create item. And then create new item, then even here create item. Okay, let's go ahead and create this where we have the create category. Just Ctrl C, Ctrl V. Just going to rename this to item or items actually. Okay, so the first one is going to be create item. So this is going to be item form props. So we can just say get existing item. This is going to be item here. And if there is existing item, so existing item 409 item already exists, and then you're just going to say new item db dot item dot create. So here it actually refuses. So we have property which is missing. So I think we have some others. Let's see. Go back to this item. So these three, it is saying ISBN. Oh, so we didn't put this on ISBN. I think that's the only one mini stock level has this this value here. Okay, so I'm just going to simply push it. I'm just going to simply stop this and push it. This one we just added on ISBN to this. That is great. So that means if we just went back here, this generate the client, that is gone. So if we just go to the items, item create should just create like that, and we can just say inventory items. Then we return here new item. Okay, so that looks good. Get organization items, db.item. You just simply need to do the same thing, return items. Just name this to be items also. Update, you can first leave those ones, then also that leave it, delete. So you just work on delete item, and we can't say deleted item. If I just say deleted, this is item, and then here is going to be deleted. Okay, nice. Let's go back to the item form. So this data is going to be sent to create item, and everything should just like say here item are created. Going back to the items page, is that you have the user, so these ones are going to be now items, get organization items, passing the org. Let's go ahead and pass in the items here. Let's pass in these items here. Okay, so let's go to the columns. Okay, so on the columns, we will need some of these things. Okay, we need the title. This is name, so yeah, I'm just going to say name. We could just leave it. Then the thumbnail, so this one's going to be thumbnail. It's going to be item image, then it is going to be thumbnail, and then created art. Then we have actions. Model is going to be item. This is also item, and this is going to be also item. Now for the edit, we'll specify the path. Here we'll specify the path within the here, but for now let's first leave it like that. So we still have on the page, so here in the columns we need to understand the type that is returning back. Okay, So you could just like return a few things that you want to show on this. Okay, like what we want to show on this, because if you just go on the items column, typically you are showing really less things. As you can see, we are showing really few things, so we can't just like even on getting here items, we just like have the get brief items and or get detailed items. So here you can just go ahead and say like get these brief, so you can just like put brief, and for brief you select here you say select. So for instance, we can go ahead and select the ID to true. You can select the name to true. You can select the slag to true. You can select the thumbnail to true, and then you can select the created art to true. What else are we using? So you just look at the thing you're using in the column here, so you can see we are using the name, thumbnail, created art, and the ID. So far those are the only ones we are using, so you can just like have the ID. So let's first go ahead and do that. We use this one, and before that we can also create the types. So if you just go in the types where we have these the tags and so on, you can just have brief item DTO. So you just need the brief one, which has the the things we selected, ID, name, like slag. So we have like slag, which is a string, created art, and then thumbnail, which is also a string. Okay, so basically this is what we have, 5 things. So you can just like go back where I have the items. First of all, I can change on this, and I get org brief items. Okay, so you can just go ahead and remove all these things here. Okay, and okay, so if you just go ahead and go to the columns, you could start by bringing this as brief item DTO, and I don't know if we have anything missing. So in the page it is still saying that things are not matching. I just like want to see, make sure that this is an array. Yeah, it's just like item DTO is an array. Okay, let's just like see what is returned back here. So we have ID, name, slag, created art, and thumbnail. So I think the thumbnail is string or null. So you just go here in this, make sure that the thumbnail is string or null. Okay, so if you just do that, you can see that it fixes the types, categories, item. Okay, so far so good. columns and everything. Okay, let's just go ahead and create so this is the item. I will refresh. Okay, just go to items, create item. Can just go ahead and refresh. So I'm just going to go ahead and create the item. So we have the item name. I'm just going to say iPhone 16, and then SKU, I'm just going to say SKU, like this number here. Selling price is going to be 2,000, cost price 1,000. So yeah, this is 10,000. So I just go ahead and confirm before we hit the create. Let's just make sure that in the item model we are just using this create item. Okay, I think it is good. Okay, so something went wrong. First of all, if something goes wrong, we shouldn't see success, we should see toast.error. I think that is on all of them, which we just are going to change later. So I would want to know why something actually went wrong. So when every time you see something to do with payload, just know that the data didn't actually match. If you see something to do with the payload. I'm wondering why create item, and inside here it says it is matching with everything is matching. So rather what we can just do is, because what is being sent here might not be really maybe matching, I'm just going to say data, then I will destructure it. Okay, so I will start with like the name. So it's going to be data dot name. Then we have like cost price. So I think we did not convert in this item. So before we put this, there are a lot of numbers we need to convert. Data.setting price is equal to number of data.setting price, and then data.cost price. Cost price is going to be equal to number of data.cost cost price. So if you just look at these ones, we need two to be converted, these two, otherwise I think with that everything should be okay. I'm just going to not create this and just give it one more try. Okay, just give one more try. Still have this. So item created successfully, and let's see. So iPhone 16 was created. Okay, so now we can create item. We'll beautify these tables later on, but for now we still have them looking like this. We look for more nicer table than this, but I'm very happy that we have reached a level of creating an item. That was really a lot of work, Really thanks to you guys. Like, this was really good. Okay. Yep. So I think let's stop here for now. We still have a lot of things to do the seed files. So in the next episode, basically, we still have, so we managed to do a lot of things actually to reach. We did not do access menu. We did not modify the seed file, but we managed to do some product catalog. We haven't done the API, but we did also all these other forms that we managed to do. Okay, so in the next episode, we'll be looking at the things we didn't do. Okay, things we didn't do, like quick access menu, things like, so here just going to add access menu where you can create all these things. Then we'll also have create product catalog, which we have worked on. So just going to we are still working on inventory. Okay, creating seed files. So seeding files in the next episode. We have to look into things like I'll just like implementing React query. Okay, that would be really nice if we added like React query. That would be really one massive one. And then of course we'll also create the API. So now after the create the so we just create the seed. And you know what did I do? Seed files. Then we'll implement React query, and then we can just now create APIs for the server actions. Okay, so if we just like implement these ones, that will be like a lot already. Okay, so thank you so much for watching this episode. I will see you in the next one.